The construction lineup shows up ready to work every day. Right now, bring home select Kubota equipment for 0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Now through December 31st. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for more details.
Listen up, sports bettors. This is Hall of Famer Warren Sapp here to tell you about my favorite sports book, BetUS.com. I only endorse one sports book, and that's BetUS.com. Just like me, BetUS is the Hall of Famer of online betting with more than 25 years in the biz. You need a sports book with integrity and longevity, and you need to know when you win, you're gonna get paid. You need a sports book that offers all the action to make every game feel like the playoffs. Call today at 1-800-69-BET-US. That's 1-800-MY-BET-US, and they will get you set up faster than I can run the 40. Nobody in the industry gives bigger bonuses than BetUS. I play at BetUS, and so should you. Now is your turn. Join now. Call today at 1-800-69-BET-US. That's 1-800-MY-BET-US. My favorite sports book, BetUS.com.
Up to 200% sign-up bonus. Support the station and use code GAME.
Tell them Sapp sent you.
Hey, this is Kirk Herbstreit, and this season, with the help from our friends from the College Football Playoff in Eckridge, we're going to crown the first ever National Tailgate Champion.
I haven't washed my lucky apron since the big game in '96.
Oh, yeah? My tailgate hot sauce hits harder than a linebacker.
Well, honey, you haven't lived till you've had my Eckridge smoked sausage cheese dip.
Now I'm fired up. Are you the National Tailgate Champion? Eckridge, you do you.
Eckridge is an official sponsor of the College Football Playoff. No purchase necessary. Hence 12/13/21. To enter and for official rules, visit eckridge.com/tailgate.
Nashville's best sports talk, locally owned, home of our Nashville Predators. WPRT-FM Pegram, 97.5 Murfreesboro, WBUZ HD2 Laverne, online at theGameNashville.com. We are
ESPN
102.5 The Game. Live from the Game Nashville studios, it's Stillman and Company. Delivered by TriStar Moving. TriStar Movers with 5-star service. With Jared Stillman. On Nashville's best sports talk,
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving, ESPN 102.5 The Game. We are streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks to the law offices of Amanda Gentry. It is Reaction Monday, which is powered by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling and my friends at Focus. That's right, Drink Focus, PHOCUS.com. If you look at our backdrop on the stream, you can see the brand new Drink Focus logo right there. Well done, Caroline.
Thank you very much.
I want to make sure that we give everybody an opportunity to get in on the stream, if you want to get in on the stream right now, because we've got what I thought was going to be a very happy show today, and instead is not a very happy show.
We just can't have nice things, can we?
Oh my goodness. I told you the story. I walked out of the hotel to go to Game 5 last night, and I thought the sports gods are being too good to me. The Titans are good. The Braves are a win away from the World Series. They're too good. This isn't normal. This isn't my life. Even the Predators are winning. This is not normal. And then the Braves lost last night, and then obviously the big news today. Adam Schefter. Now, here's a couple things. And I've criticized radio hosts in the past for doing this, but I'm going to do it today, which is normally there's about 18 different branches from this tree that I want to get into, and we will go through all of them at length, and we will get your reaction today. But I'm going to kind of lay it all out in the first segment, which I have criticized other people in the past, saying, hey, don't fire all the cannons off at one time. But I think this story is big enough. Derrick Henry is injured. He has broken the metatarsal in his toe. I think it's the small bone in the toe. It's a very important bone in the toe. And Ian, I think you and I can go back to this, that in all of our years dealing with Floyd, he absolutely, positively hated breaks of the metatarsal and the tiny bones in the foot, right?
Correct.
I mean, this was an absolute no-no. When he heard that, he puckered up. So that's big news. Now, I thought Adam Schefter's report today is what got everybody on edge when he said possible season-ending injury. And I heard that, and I'm like, okay, how bad is it? Then Jay Glazer reported it was the 5th metatarsal. Then some people on Twitter said this is an 8-week injury. Then I listened to Mike Vrabel today, and I listen to other people. And I will say this. If you told me today Derrick Henry is done for the season and is not coming back, that he wouldn't come back in week 17, he wouldn't come back in week 18, he wouldn't come back in the wild card round, he wouldn't come back for the championship game, he wouldn't come back for the Super Bowl, then I would tell you today that the season is over. And I would believe that. Because when you look at the NFL, we've been banging the drum. Derrick Henry is the league's MVP. And that everything that you say about a quarterback, you can say about him. Well, when Aaron Rodgers broke his collarbone, Green Bay wasn't very good. When Dak Prescott broke his ankle, Dallas wasn't very good. When Tom Brady tore his ACL, New England wasn't very good. When Peyton Manning had neck surgery, the Colts were the worst team in the league. The Broncos haven't been good since he left. Those are franchise guys. And I think Derrick's a franchise guy. So if you're telling me Derrick Henry out for the season, no chance to come back, then I would tell you the season is over. However, that's not what Mike Vrabel said today. ESPN Stephania Bell, their number one injury analyst, will be on with us in an hour. And we will ask Stephania what she knows about timetables and returns. But Mike Vrabel today said Derrick Henry, he would not say when Derrick is coming back, but he also did not say that Derrick was for sure done. Here's what Vrabel said today talking about a timeline.
Is there any chance that he'll be back to see?
I think that there's a chance that anything could happen. There's absolutely a chance. Now, I can't sit here and tell you that that's going to happen. I just know that Derrick Henry and hopefully everybody else that's out is going to do everything that they possibly can to get back as quickly as they possibly can. And then we'll make a decision if that's best for them and best for the team.
Vrabel hates timelines, and I understand why. The last time a great Titan player, Javon Curse, had this same injury, Jeff Fisher gave a 6 to 8 week timeline. He was out for 13 weeks. I get it. But you heard right there, and throughout Vrabel's press conference today, he was not telling you that Derrick was done for the year. And the one thing Vrabel has done in his tenure is when a guy is done, he tells you. Guy's done for the year, he says, hey, Ty Smith, done for the year. Jonathan Cyprien, done for the year. Taylor Lewan, done for the year. Clowney, done for the year. They tell you kind of those things. He didn't tell us a couple years ago that Adam Humphries was out for the year because Adam Humphries wasn't out for the year. He came back in the AFC Championship game. So if you tell me Derrick Henry comes back at the end of the season, then I think we're still talking about a team that's got a shot. I was going to come on the air today before the Derrick news and tell the story about a game in 1999 when the Titans went on the road to New Orleans. And it was in the middle of October. The Titans were 5-1, 6-1, something like that. And they were getting spanked in the first half by Billy Joe Tolliver and the New Orleans Saints. And Neil O'Donnell did not have a good game, threw a couple interceptions, and yet in the second half, the Titans got back in order. They got a pick six, they got a big field goal, and I think they won the game by 3. And Floyd used to tell me about that game in particular, that when he was general manager in 99, they did not play well that game. And they still beat New Orleans. And that's when he said, you know what, I think we might be pretty good. And I watched yesterday's game, and I thought the Titans didn't really play all that well. I thought they played okay. But I thought they didn't play that well. And yet they still won the game, and I'm like, you know what, maybe this is going to be a special team. That was how I felt after yesterday's game. I'm not taking that away unless you tell me Derrick's out for the year. If you tell me no chance, they'll be the 4th seed. They'll get the Steelers or the Bengals or the Ravens or the Raiders, and they'll get their rear end spanked at home in the first round. Goodbye. It was nice knowing you. Tough season. Derrick was out. If Derrick comes back, I think he still have a shot. And that's really all I care about at this point. And Will Carroll, injury expert, was on the midday show earlier today, and then Chase asked him, if he comes back this season, is there any chance that he hurts the injury more? Here's what Will Carroll said.
What would be the window for rushing it back that could have effects on his career long term?
Let's be clear. We don't know. Bones heal in about 6 to 8 weeks. With the screw and past guys, we've seen 8 to 10 weeks being the normal window where we would say it. So, if we're looking somewhere, 6 would be really rushing it. Not rushing it, but it would be on the very fast end of the timeline. Not impossible, but there have been consequences for it. That said, the consequences aren't that big. It's just redoing the screw. I can remember talking to Ahmad Bradshaw when he was here in Indianapolis. He had to have it redone in season, and he was saying he could feel the screw moving around inside his foot. And I can't imagine how uncomfortable that would feel, but it was kind of funny because I could go, so you're saying you have a screw loose. So again, what you're looking at is likely 8 to 10 weeks, which puts us, week 7, 17, 18, weird to say week 18 in the NFL now. But yeah, it's certainly reasonable to think he could be back in that window and be, very, very functional.
Okay. Week 17, 18, there's a chance. He comes back 17, gets a couple games under his belt, into the playoffs you go, there's a chance. Now, I'm sure we will discuss this at length. The Titans are going to sign Adrian Peterson. Adam Schefter has reported it, that the Tennessee Titans are going to sign Adrian Peterson. I don't care really about the signing of Adrian Peterson. And I know we'll talk about Adrian Peterson. I think Mike Vrabel's prepared to hand the ball to Jeremy McNichols. I think he really is, and I think that's the best bet. If you told me right now, hey, who would you rather get 15 carries and the other guy get 8? I'd rather give 15 to McNichols and 8 to Adrian Peterson. And I think Jeremy McNichols has earned it. But I'm not really all that concerned as far as making the playoffs. Now, this morning, I was thinking about trying to get the number 1 seed, trying to get home field throughout. I think that's probably gone. But as long as Derrick Henry comes back this season, I think there's a chance. Anything else, and I think it's over. If they get out there, 7 weeks in, Derrick decides to give it a run, and he can't go, and he says, look, I can't do this. Derrick re-injures it. Derrick something or another, season is over. If Derrick Henry comes back by week 17, week 18, I think you're going to make the playoffs. I think you're going to have a fresh Derrick Henry, which you definitely would not have had at the pace you were going right now. And I think you got a chance. Do I think you have a great chance? Probably not, because you're going to have to go to Buffalo, or you're going to have to go to Baltimore, or you're going to have to go to the Raiders or the Chargers or something. But as far as the idea that the season is over, when Adam Schefter reported it's feared that it might be the season, I think a lot of people took that as it's the season. And I didn't hear that today from Vrabel, and I didn't hear that from the injury expert, and we'll have Stephon Bell on later. Again, the Titans are, according to Adam Schefter, signing Adrian Peterson. So I don't know what we make of that. I'm just telling you, I think Adrian Peterson will get some carries. I think he's probably on the veteran minimum. I think they'll want to have him here because he's a leader and he pushes himself. And, the other players can look and gravitate towards it. But I think Jeremy McNichols right now is your running back. As far as the current team is concerned, I am worried. I'm not worried that they're going to make the playoffs. I think they will. Indianapolis stinks. Their quarterback stinks. They're hurt. And their schedule is brutal. And yours is pretty easy. But as far as trying to go win some games right now, outside of the gimmies, the Jacksonvilles and the Houstons, and you may win one here or there or something like that. But it's not going to be easy because your entire team is dependent upon Derrick Henry. If this were week 4, I'd say it's over. Just like a couple years ago, Green Bay lost Aaron Rodgers. They put in Brett Hundley. Brett Hundley sucks. They lost a lot of games. Aaron came back in, I want to say, late November from that broken collarbone. And it was Green Bay has to win every game in order to make the playoffs. They lost a game at Carolina. Aaron threw his, it's not iPad. What do they use in the NFL? The Microsoft Surface. Aaron threw the Microsoft Surface down on the ground, and he decided to hang it up for the rest of the season. If this were early in the season, you're done. But because I think you've kind of made your bet in the playoffs, I think best case scenario is Derek comes back at the end of the year. It's a roll of the dice. I don't feel confident in it, but I don't think the season's over. This is not going to be fanboy radio, though. This is bad for the Titans. They're in a bad spot right now. They're going to have to play a lot of games without Derrick Henry. There's going to be a lot shouldered on a lot of people, and unfortunately, I think there's going to be a lot of responsibility put onto the shoulders of people who aren't good enough to do it. But that's the NFL. Like I do with everything, apparently, I ask myself, what do you think Floyd would say today? And I think there would be two different things, what Floyd said and what Floyd thinks. And I really hate doing this because I don't know what he would have said, and I don't know what he would have, I don't know for certain what he would have thought. I think he would know that if Derrick Henry was done, the Titans were in deep crap. And I think he would have known it, but I don't think he would have talked about it. I think he would have said today, hey, this just means everybody's got to step up. This is the NFL. Nobody feels bad about you. That just means McNichols has to step up. That just means the offensive line has to block better. That just means Tannehill's got to stop throwing these dumb interceptions, which he continued to throw yesterday. It just means they need more out of Julio, AJ, tight ends. They got to have more. Got to have more. Got to have more from the defense. And I think that just would have been his mentality because that's what he probably would have told the team. And guess what? That's what Mike Vrabel said today. So, again, the reality of the situation is the Titans are in a really bad spot. And, again, signing Adrian Peterson is not going to be what sets me over the edge of, oh, everything is fine. I don't feel that way. But because of where you are in the season and the fact that listening to Vrabel talk today, I think they're going to try to get Derrick Henry back on the field at the end of the year. I still think you have a chance. I still think you should have some hope. But if it's anything other than that, season's over. 615-737-1025 is our phone number, 615-737-1025. They are not Super Bowl contenders if he's not on this team. They are not. The chance of winning the Super Bowl is next to zero if he's not on this team. And I thought yesterday's game, I was funny because watching the game, I was at a Dave & Buster's in Marietta at the World Series. My dad and my best friend's dad, who's also a big Braves fan, we looked for a sports bar by the ballpark, but we didn't want to go into the Battery because it was a madhouse. So we go to this Dave & Buster's in Marietta. We're the only people there pretty much. And so they put Titans and the Colts on the big screen, and we're watching, and all three of us were talking about, man, Derrick just does not look explosive today. But I thought he ran pretty hard. I thought he ran pretty well. And I thought that fourth down run from Derrick Henry yesterday, oh, my goodness. I thought that's who Derrick Henry is. And that's what you're not going to have. But the fact is they won that game. And I told you that game was you're in, the division is over, and the Colts admitted to it after the game was over, that they knew that if they lost yesterday, division was over. So you're going to make the playoffs. But contending in them, if he's not there, no chance. But it sounds like there's a chance. So that's what I'm going to keep monitoring. Let's get your reaction. Let's get Caroline, 615-737-1025. And again, the news, Adam Schefter reporting the Titans are signing Adrian Peterson. So if you want to throw that on there, you can as well. It is a Reaction Monday, presented by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling and by Focus, Drink Focus, sparkling water with a spark. Stillman and Company, 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Calls and texts, which we will get to today here on the program. Also, coming up next, a lot of people are going to tell you the Titans are done. Do you think that? We'll get to that. Stillman and Company, it's ESPN 1025 The Game. TriStar Moving, my official movers. That's right. I moved a year ago with TriStar Moving, and I was so glad that I did. Because moving with TriStar took all the hassle out of it. Most of the time, you move, and it's a pain, and the movers are just moving everything. It's ruining furniture and hardwood floors, and not TriStar Moving. They made moving a breeze. Their owners, Garrett and Robert, are true Nashvillians, and they care about their brand, which is why they always tell people TriStar Moving with 5-star service, because that's what you're going to get. They've got home protection, so they cover everything, and both homes were taken care of perfectly in my move. They do it all. They also have a brand new state-of-the-art storage facility in Mount Juliet. Give them a call. TriStar Moving, 615-640-1219, or visit their website at nashvillemoving.org. They'll give you 5% off your entire move with TriStar Moving. That's 615-640-1219. nashvillemoving.org/radio. Tell them Jared Stillman sent you for 5% off your entire move. TriStar Moving, my official movers.
Breaking news. A gut punch of seismic proportions to the Titans, overshadowing a big win at Indy.
Derrick Henry going to have surgery in the morning on his foot.
What does it mean for the rest of the season?
It's tough to know because every individual surgery is different, but the timeline is about 6 to 10 weeks. So there's a pretty good chance they will see their star running back before 2021 is over.
We're reacting all day on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN.
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Celebrate Thanksgiving with Social Furniture and save up to 70% off all furniture. They have sofas, sectionals with chase lounge, and recliners that are all push-button electric and wall away. They have all colors to choose from for your comfort watching any hockey game. All of them are plus leather, microfiber, and Chanel's. They have same-day delivery with no down payments and no interest. Forget the big box store. Support local. Support social. Social Furniture is a proud supporter of your Nashville Predators.
From city streets to back roads, from road warrior to carpooler, there are some things you can always count on, like the reliability, durability, and power of Die Hard, America's most trusted auto battery. No matter where your journey takes you, count on Die Hard to get you started on the road ahead. Available at your local Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest stores.
With Early Paycheck, you can get your direct deposit up to 2 days earlier. That's another reason banking with Capital One is the easiest decision ever. Even easier than deciding to open the biggest birthday gift first.
Happy birthday to you.
Which one are you going to open first?
The pony.
Yep, even easier than that. Plus, with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is banking with Capital One even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. No fees or minimums on new consumer accounts. Capital One and member FDIC.
It's football season, and Spring Hill Heating and Cooling is here to serve you. If your AC or heater is old and inefficient, you can replace it with up to 60 months no monthly interest financing for qualified buyers. That's right, 60 months no monthly interest financing for qualified buyers. One of the many ways you can save at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling. They offer 6 months no interest financing available on repairs. Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, offering premium service without the premium price. Visit springhillac.com or call them at 615-778-8855.
If you've missed any of today's show, just search Stillman and Company on Apple, Spotify, or your favorite podcast platform.
I think the MRI will give you any idea of a timeline when you get results back from that today, or when?
The doctors will they love them. Doctors love timelines. I'm sure they'll try to give us one. I won't necessarily listen to it. But I'm sure that they'll tell Todd and they'll tell everybody else that'll want to listen, what the timeline will be.
There you go. That was Mike Vrabel. And I saw a lot of people today when Vrabel said that. They were like, Vrabel, no, he does. I just will say this. Javon Curse had the same injury in 2001. No, 2002. Javon Curse had the same injury. And they said when it happened, 6 to 8 weeks. He didn't come back for 13 weeks. Now, I talked to somebody who would know today, and I asked him about that, about the Javon experience. And I love Javon. Let me just say that. I saw Javon, last week at the Titans game. I love the freak. Every time I shake his hand, it's like putting my hand in a first baseman's mitt. It's so big. And he was a great Titan. But the person that would know told me, I'm not questioning Javon's toughness, but it's not Derek's. And I do think that is something. Derek played with a broken foot yesterday. Like on 4th and 1, Derek jumped out to push the ball across with a broken foot. So I got to think Derek's going to find a way to play, regardless of what the timeline says or does. But if it's the 13 weeks that Javon Curse went through, then you're talking about the Super Bowl. And that's your only shot, and you don't get to the Super Bowl without Derrick Henry. Caroline Fenton, your reaction to the news today, and the big question, are the Titans done?
Well, the question, are the Titans done?
No, but I'm not going to sit up here and say, after I've been talking for 8 weeks about how the nucleus of this team is Derrick Henry, how the catalyst that gets any of this Titans offense moving most of the time is Derrick Henry, how this team relies so heavily on Derrick Henry. I've said that for 8 weeks now. So I'm not just going to turn around and say, oh, he's hurt, they'll be fine. No worries. It's going to be difficult for the Titans. I don't think that they're done. I think that their schedule coming up works in the Titans' favor. There are games that they might lose. If they had Derrick Henry, they wouldn't have lost. So it definitely makes the road going into the playoffs much more difficult. That you don't have that presence of Derrick Henry that we've seen him kind of take this year, be such a leader and such an outspoken player on this team. I think they're going to lose that. And having the insurance, if you can't get anything moving, give the ball to Derrick Henry, and he will be able to pick up 7, 8, maybe even a 76-yard touchdown run here and there. So it makes the Titans' lives so much more difficult. And it makes getting through the end of the season seem so much more menacing now that you don't have that guy that you can rely on, that you can give the ball to. You don't have the guy who single-handedly won the Buffalo Bills game. But their season's not over. There are plenty of good players on this team. Look at A.J. Brown yesterday.
If they don't get him back this year, is the season over? Like, the Titans are going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, if you don't get him back in the playoffs, I think that's kind of where your season ends.
I think it's that simple. I think it is that simple. That you get him back, you got a shot. You don't get him back, you don't have a shot. I mean, that's just how I feel. Like, this idea of like, hey, A.J. Brown's playing great. Things are going to change for A.J. now. Things are going to change on play action now. This offensive line is not built. Someone was talking about, well, they get Julio back and they can become pass first. This offensive
is not a pass
line,
first offense.
The offensive line is not built for you to throw the ball 40 times a game. It is not built for that. It is not good enough. It is not built for you to pass the ball like that. That's why Adrian Peterson is here, because they don't think Jeremy McNichols can carry it 30 times. So they're going to give it to Jeremy McNichols about 18 times, and they're going to give it to Adrian Peterson about 9 times. And that's why he's here, because they don't want to give the ball to Mekhi Sargent. But they're going to have to run the ball now. And life will change for everybody now that Derrick Henry is not here. The defense is, these time of possessions the Titans are winning, that's going to change. But everything will change, and there is more on everybody's plate without Derrick Henry. And that's can the Titans – but the question is, can the Titans absorb that? I think they can absorb it against Jacksonville and Houston. I think they can probably absorb it against the 49ers because, boy, they suck. Did you watch it? Oh, my God, they suck.
But Pittsburgh and New Orleans no longer look like
Pittsburgh, New Orleans, New
easy
England.
wins.
I mean, those are
going to be tough games.
But what I tell you about on Friday – if you beat the Colts and you had a 4-game lead, which is what you have, if you had a 4-game lead, 3 plus the tiebreaker, they have to win all their hard games, not lose a toss-up, and you'd have to lose 1 to the Texans or the Jags. So I think the division is good. But anything past that, he's got to be back here or else it's not going to work.
You can't beat Buffalo in the playoffs without Derrick Henry.
You can't beat the Raiders.
No.
In the playoffs.
You cannot beat the Chargers in the playoffs without Derrick Henry.
And that's the tough part, is that this was setting up for this to be the road that you wanted, where I think you would have had a crack at a first-round bye, and I think you would have had a shot at having, the kind of team that you wanted to have, and now, unless he comes back at the end, it just doesn't seem very likely. Adrian Peterson is signed. We'll get to your phone calls next. 615-737-1025, your phones, then your texts. We'll hit them next here. Your reaction again on the Derrick Henry news, and we're starting off with this. I am not conceding that the season is over. If this were a month ago, I would tell you that the season is over. If this were a month from now, where he couldn't return at any point for the playoffs, I would tell you the season is over. But we have not heard from anybody outside of the initial Adam Schefter report who said feared for the season. We have not heard the season. And if he comes back, I think you got a crack at it. 615-737-1025, Stillman and Company. Want to thank our friends at Edmunds for sponsoring the show. absolutely love my friends at Edmunds. Buying a car is a major financial commitment, and it's often an overwhelming process. That's why my friends at Edmunds have been taking the stress out of the entire car shopping process for over 50 years. And they're keeping track of everything that happens in the market to help you shop with confidence. I actually was looking at a Sprinter van a couple of weeks ago. Don't ask why. But I was like, how much would a Sprinter van be? And I went right to Edmunds, and they had Sprinter vans, colors, makes, model, what you're looking for. Bang. Now, I ended up not buying a Sprinter van, but I was looking for a Sprinter van. And I was like, oh, I wonder how much that would cost. I love Edmunds. Over 50 years of car shopping advice and price guidance all in one place, Edmunds gives you resources for every part of the process for buying or selling your car. Car shopping can be stressful. Edmunds is here to help. Visit Edmunds.com to get your free online appraisal today and start searching for vehicles in your area. That's Edmunds, EDMUNDS.com. For cars, there's Edmunds.
Hey, this is Roman Yossi, and this is Nashville.
Yossi from the circle. He scores! Roman Yossi scores in overtime!
You're listening to the flagship of the Nashville Predators radio network. ESPN 102.5 The Game.
With Fundbox, you can stop waiting and start doing. If your small business needs funds to grow, the time is now. Fundbox offers fast, easy access to small business funding up to $150,000. So hire that new employee, launch that campaign, buy that piece of equipment. Apply in minutes at fundbox.com, and you could get funding as soon as the next business day. Fundbox. Ready, set, grow. Credit line amounts, rates, and terms are based on creditworthiness and subject to change. Additional documentation may be required.
Got chronic joint pain? Not having success with steroids, but trying to avoid surgery? Well, thankfully, there's a better way. And now it's available here from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Hey, Willie Donick here. I'm talking about new therapies. Advanced, all-natural, regenerative treatments that can not only just give you relief, but can also restore and repair damaged tissue, so you can have lasting relief. If you've got joint pain due to arthritis, knee pain, hip pain, shoulder pain, don't just think the old ways of dealing with pain are the only ways. You need to learn more about these new biologic therapy solutions. Call now for a free consultation. QC Kinetics, 615-249-4024. These remarkable new treatments increase mobility, decrease pain, and help restore tissue. They actually encourage your body to heal itself. Call now and learn more about these restorative, regenerative, and revolutionary alternatives. Don't wait. Call today. QC Kinetics, 615-249-4024. That's 615-249-4024.
312 Pizza Company is family owned and operated, bringing you a slice of Chicago to Nashville. 312 Pizza Company specializes in deep dish pizza, thin crust pizza, and all things Chicago style. Always made from scratch using secret family recipes passed down generation to generation. 312 Pizza is open every day except for Tuesdays and is located in Germantown with dine-in, takeout, and curbside available. Call 615-730-7888 to order 312 Pizza Company, Nashville's authentic Chicago pizzeria.
Tuesday night.
Struck him out, and the Astros came roaring back to send this World Series back to Houston.
It's the all-important Game 6 of the World Series between the Atlanta Braves and Houston Astros from Minute Maid Park. Coverage begins at 6
on ESPN
94.9 and the Game Nashville app. Brought to you locally by 312 Pizza Company in Germantown.
Hey Nashville, this is Eli Gold, voice of the Alabama Crimson Tide, and you're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
I mean, this was a guy who was an MVP candidate or maybe front runner. It's tough to say that, but a very, very good player. And now Derrick Henry going to have surgery in the morning on his foot. And as far as the timeline, Mike Vrabel would not speculate as far as when he would be back. Here is what I know after talking with sources all morning. There is a belief that Henry will be back this season. The timeline, and it's tough to know because every individual surgery is different, every injury is different, but the timeline is about 6 to 10 weeks. 8 to 10 is probably the average, but if they really push it, 6 is possible. And if Derrick Henry has everything go perfectly, Tom, if they push it hard, if they think they can get him back, if they need him back, 6 is at least possible. So I would not assume that Derrick Henry is out for the season. If the Titans, what a big win yesterday, just hang in there and keep winning. there's a pretty good chance they will see their star running back before 2021 is over.
Very easy to say, hey, if they just hang in there and keep winning without Derrick Henry, it's going to be really freaking hard to keep winning without Derrick Henry. The thing is, though, outside of this week, you don't play a lot of good teams. Now, the Patriots look better, Steelers look better, Saints look better, which makes sense. They're all well-coached teams. They have all Hall of Fame coaches. You'll lose this week to the Rams. I'm not worried about that.
That's okay.
But going forward, I still think you should win the division. You heard Ian Rappaport right there, who I'm not convinced knows whether or not it's pumped or stuffed. But you had Ian Rappaport right there tell you, he could come back. And Stephania Bell, ESPN's injury analyst, will join us at 3 o'clock. She is essentially the chief football medical officer at ESPN when it comes to NFL injuries. She will join us at 3 o'clock. And I am curious, with a guy like Derrick Henry, what you expect for him to come back and how you expect. Here's one thing I will say. There's a narrative that I think is kind of true but kind of not, which people are saying that Javon Kearse was never the same after he broke that foot. And that's what I always thought. In 2001, Javon Kearse had 10 sacks. He got hurt in 2002. In 2003, he had 9.5 sacks. So not necessarily that he was never the same. It was a half a sack difference. A year later, he goes to the Eagles, and Drew Rosenhaus won't let Floyd see the foot, so Floyd doesn't franchise tag him. And so he goes on to the Eagles and ends up in the Super Bowl, and then he kind of fell off after that. Michael Jordan broke a foot his second year in the NBA. And if you remember correctly, he was fighting tooth and nail with Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner of the Bulls, to be able to play. And the story goes that Michael told at his Hall of Fame speech was the doctors gave him a 90% chance of being fine, but a 10% chance of re-injuring the foot. And if he re-injured the foot, his career was over. And Michael wanted to play. And Reinsdorf was like, Michael, if you have a headache and and I give you a bottle of aspirin and 9 pills are aspirin and 1 is cyanide, would you take a pill? And Michael's response was, how bad's the headache? And I think that's the kind of guy Derrick Henry is. When I read these books about Kobe Bryant wanting to play after tearing his Achilles, I see a lot of parallels with Derrick. He played with a broken foot yesterday and yet still gutted through it. And at the end of the game, the last play before the Randy Bullock kick was a handoff to Derrick Henry. And so I guess this is a long, drawn-out way of saying I think Derrick's going to find his way back on the football field. And that's where I want to go with Stefania, which is how important is it that Derrick find his way back on there? 615-737-1025. I promised phones, and we will get to those. What do we have in our text line? Phone lines driven on Reaction Monday, which is powered by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling and Focus, drinkfocus.com. What do we have on our text line?
Fred in Ashland City texts in and says, I am not optimistic and don't want to sound like a hopeful fanboy, but I'm just going to have to see how we look without Derrick Henry before I can say that we are done. Henry is the engine that drives this team, but if we can get an Adrian Peterson and McNichols to keep the running game decent, we may still be okay.
Okay, I'm just going to tell you, you're not going to win in the playoffs without Derrick Henry. Like, you got no chance. Like, if Derrick is not here in the playoffs, the way to win for this season, to me, is very simple. And there's not a lot of what-ifs. Because the text line and the callers, it's a very what-if thing. Well, what if Adrian Peterson comes in and Adrian Peterson is on your practice squad? Like, he's not even going to the active roster.
He will be on the active roster.
He will be elevated on game day to the active roster. And then he will be brought back. But you wouldn't do that to any good player. So, you're talking about Jeremy McNichols and old man Adrian Peterson and saying, I think the Titans can get by with those two guys. That's not going to happen. It's very cut and dry to me. The division is 90% won. And because your division is so freaking awful, and they are, led by the horrific Texans and some bad luck because they didn't know their quarterback might be a rapist, Jacksonville with Urban Meyer, and the dumb buddies in Reich and Wentz. I mean, those guys are two morons in a pod. They're awful, both of them, which I would have loved to spend time today getting excited about because they're terrible, both of them. Reich sucks. 4th and 3 up 14-0.
He tried to go for it on every
What a
fourth
moron.
down in the first half.
What a moron.
What kind of Lane Kiffin play calling is that?
Pass from the goal line. Oh, goodness. All right, I digress. But
I feel like we were robbed of our Titans Monday.
Oh, my
it's
God.
very rude of Derrick Henry to do
Yes,
that.
very Titans Monday. But like the division's over. 90% done. You just got to win the Jacksonville, Houston, and then take another game. You're going to have 10 wins then, and you're on to the playoffs. You got no shot if Derrick's not in there. 0. The idea that the texture had of like, I'd like to see how it looks. You guys do realize. I'm going to tell you what it looks like. Remember the Arizona game? That's what it looks like. That's what your offense is without Derrick, is the Arizona game. Your offensive line is not good enough for you to throw the ball 40 times a game. For everybody out there that's going to say, hey, more pressures on Tannehill now, more pressures on Julio now, more pressures on, yes, there is going to be more pressure, and it's going to be harder for those guys to get open because there's not going to be 9 guys in the box on every snap. But guess what? It's going to be harder on everybody. And I got to tell you, Tannehill, I'm getting worried about. Those interceptions yesterday, and we've been banging the drum about the decision-making. Mm-hmm. And people will be like, well, it doesn't matter, Jared, or oh, it was Tommy Hudson's fault, Jared. It wasn't it. And I'm like, yo, the decision-making by Tannehill was alarming a month ago.
The first interception yesterday.
High school.
Oh, it was bad.
High school.
It was really
Jared
bad.
Garantano doesn't make that throw.
Maybe.
Like high schoolers. I mean, that was, but the thing is, he's doing it every game. So now he's got to stop doing that. But that's if you look at it like, okay, can they get by and get to the playoffs without Derrick Henry? Yes. But can they win against good teams without Derrick Henry? I think they can beat a good team without Derrick Henry. I don't think they can win 3 or 4 games against good teams without Derrick Henry. No matter what Adrian Peterson and Jeremy McNichols do. And I like McNichols, by the way.
But I don't know if I necessarily agree that every game is going to look like the Arizona Cardinals game without Derrick Henry. Because it's not like Derrick made any huge contributions yesterday.
No. Every game you play is going to be like that if you try to throw it 40 times a game. Like if you go in there and say, well, Derrick's not here, so let's just drop back and throw it. It will look like that. Your offensive line, you can't pass protect.
No.
So there's no point in trying to pass it 40 times a game. There's no point in changing the philosophy. You're just now going to be giving the ball to Jeremy McNichols. And I'm fine. I mean, I don't think there's a better option. Jerron is up next. Thank you for calling the show. Go ahead, Jerron.
Hi, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I was wondering why you guys think we didn't sign Todd Gurley at 27 instead of Adrian Peterson, if it's like a cap issue or something. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Todd Gurley's too hurt. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but Todd Gurley, he got his chance, right? Like he got cut from the Rams because he was too hurt and too expensive. Then he got his chance last year at Atlanta, and he was too hurt. And I don't even know what his numbers were in Atlanta.
I don't think anything outstanding.
None of these guys, and like I'm glad like that Adrian Peterson's here, and I think he'll be a good veteran. But none of these guys matter. Like none of these guys are any different from the next guy. And I think Jeremy McNichols is your running back. Vrabel was asked today, Ian, if you could. Vrabel was asked today about McNichols, Sargent, who's on the practice squad, and some guy, I forget his name, and I'm sorry because I wrote it down earlier today. Hunter?
Hilliard,
that's it. He was asked about the Hilliard kid. And, like, I don't even know, whatever, but I said my dad and I were driving back. We were listening to Corey Curtis on the morning show when driving back from Atlanta. And Robbie Stanley goes, we got some breaking news. And I was like, oh, somebody got fired or something. He goes, Adam Schefter reports Derrick Henry's. I'm like, oh, God. I'm like, not that. And that's when Robbie and Joe went into what almost everybody else does, which I would have done too, which is start talking about what do you do at running back? Do you make a trade before tomorrow? Do you sign somebody? Do you what? And I'm like, I told my dad, I'm like, Jeremy McNichols is the running back. Like, and I think Jeremy McNichols has earned that opportunity. I don't think Jeremy McNichols is going to set the world on fire, but I don't think anybody you could go out and pick up is going to be any better than what McNichols is now. And I think we all feel comfortable that you can trust McNichols to do what you tell him to do. I don't trust him to bust off an 83-yarder, but I trust him to get the ball and not fumble it and catch it and pass protect and do what he's told, and I'm fine with all that. Listen to Vrabel today when he was asked about those 3 running backs all lumped together. Here's what Vrabel said.
Seen in McNichols and maybe Hilliard, who's now on board, and even Sargent.
Jeremy, since he's been here, whether that's in the active roster, the practice squad, coming back to us, has always just done whatever the team needed him to do. Be on special teams, run the football, protect. He's got a certain level of toughness that we respect. He's done a nice job in protection. He's done a nice job in the screen game. Ryan made an absolutely great throw to Jeremy and a great catch to get us in that 4th and 1 situation that we were able to convert yesterday. I mean, that was a huge play, scrambling to Ryan's left and Jeremy becoming available and making a nice catch. I mean, that's a huge play, and there's a lot of plays like that Jeremy's had. So we've got confidence in him.
And then he talked about the other 2 guys. Mm-hmm. That's the same as Floyd's. Whatever throw we could ask Marcus to make, we're going to ask, or whatever throw we're going to ask Blaine Gabbert to make, he can make any throw we'd ask Marcus to make. We're fine with Blaine Gabbert. It's the same. Vrabel just launched into how much respect he has for McNichols.
He'll do anything for the team.
Anything we've asked him to do. Because now we're going to ask him to do more. And so McNichols is your running back. Now, he may not be effective, and then they may start giving it to Adrian Peterson more, but Jeremy McNichols is your running back. So I just hope everybody realizes that and understands it. At least that's the way I interpret it right now. And then when I heard Vrabel say that about McNichols, I was like, okay, they're going into this with Jeremy is the running back. And you may not like to hear that, but that's – plus, the only guy I would consider that I could, trade for and say, okay, this guy is David Johnson. And even then, he's old and washed up. Mm-hmm. So they're all going to be old. They're all going to be washed up. They're all going to be – I think McNichols is going to be okay. 615-737-1025. Back to your phones before Stefania Bell, ESPN's injury expert. The number 1 person. She will join us at 3 o'clock. 615-737-1025 with her insight. Reaction Monday is powered by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling and by Focus. That's right. Drink Focus, Phocus. I had a long weekend. Apparently the World Series games go until about 3 o'clock in the morning now. And I was glad that I had my focus on Friday before getting my day started, before getting on the road, before getting to Atlanta, before getting to the game, because even though the game ended, I honestly think around 1 a.m., and then the whole trek out of the stadium back to the hotel took forever, but guess what? I was rocking and rolling because of Focus. Focus is sparkling water with a spark. So you don't need boring water. It's just sparkling water, but it's got a little caffeine kick to it. But it's not that manufactured caffeine. No, it's the natural tea caffeine, so you get clean energy without sugar, calories, or crash. Go to drinkfocus.com to see their full lineup of flavors and get it delivered right to your door. As you can see, I got Focus delivered right to my door. It's in my hand right here on the stream. Enter promo code GAME, G-A-M-E, at checkout for 15% off your first order. Focus is also available, listen to this right here, at your local Publix. That's Focus, P-H-O-C-U-S, on the web at drinkfocus.com.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. Looking at a cooler day today, high temperature heading up to 63 degrees under mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies. Much cooler times, though, will be moving in midweek.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Saturday means college football, and Dos Equis Lager is perfect for celebrating your team's win over that rival school, whose name we will not mention. Dos Equis is a golden Pilsner-style beer that's perfect for enjoying with friends on game day. Grab a case for your next tailgate party, game day get-together, or alone time after a devastating loss. Dos Equis, a proud sponsor of college football. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2021. Recorded by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Performing at Schermerhorn Symphony Center this Sunday, November 7th, 1964, The Tribute, live. Tickets on sale now at NashvilleSymphony.org. Don't miss what Rolling Stone magazine calls the best Beatles tribute on earth.
764 The Tribute Live. Get your tickets now at NashvilleSymphony.org.
It's football season, and Spring Hill Heating and Cooling is here to serve you. Right now, they're running a tune-up special for one system for only $55. You heard that right. A great tune-up special for only $55. One of the many ways you can save at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling. You get 6 months no-interest financing available on repairs. Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, locally owned and operated, offering premium service without the premium price. Visit springhillac.com or call them at 615-778-8855.
Robbie Stanley.
Maybe it doesn't hurt their bottom line this year. I don't know what's going to happen on that front.
Joe Rexrode.
5 guys who are on the roster are not going to be on the roster.
Get your morning started with Robbie and Rexrode every weekday from 6 to 10. Presented by Volunteer State Bank on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
You're listening to Stillman and Company. Delivered by TriStar Moving.
Before about how heavily you all rely on him. I think you've even used the word that he's carried the team maybe in some games. How well equipped are you to continue to succeed offensively without him?
You know, I think that we're going to have to be. We're going to have to be creative, and we're going to have to figure out, answers and way to, move the football and continue to run our offense. And a lot of that is probably still up in the air, about what we're going to do and, game plan and, who will be in there and then the bodies that we have available and the ones that we may, even eventually sign, to come in here.
There you go. That was Mike Vrabel. We got to get creative. Got to figure it out. Sign some bodies. Adrian Peterson reportedly will be the next man up. But I still think McNichols is going to be the running back. ESPN 94.9 is the official English radio home of the Nashville Soccer Club. Sunday, Nashville SC takes on the New York Red Bull at Nissan Stadium. 2:15 for the match pregame and 2:30 for the match itself. Let's get back to your phone. Stefania Bell, ESPN's injury expert, will join us at 3 o'clock. Caroline, what's in the text line?
One texter texts in, and could be potentially a good question for Stefania, but Ken says, do you think Derrick Henry could have made it worse yesterday by continuing to play on a broken foot?
So that is a question for Stefania and not a question for Jared. Now, Vrabel was asked about this today and essentially alluded to the fact that the medical staff said that it was okay and Derrick said it was okay. Well, that's all I need to know. Like, if the medical staff says to Vrabel it's okay, that's all that matters to me. I mean, I don't expect Mike Vrabel to go be a doctor. I mean, that's not his job. He's sitting there with the headset on. Somebody's got to tell him he can play or he can't play. If they said he can play and Derrick said, I'm good to go, that's fine. Put him out there. But no, I am not the person to ask whether or not he made it worse. So we will ask that to Stefania. What's next?
Another texter says, do you think that this is the year as far as Derrick's prime goes? Will he be the same running back from here on out, or is this the start of the decline?
So Julio Jones had a similar issue. He broke the same bone in his foot, and I think Julio had pretty good success after he broke the bone in his foot. I also would say Javon Kearse, as I brought up last segment, Javon Kearse had 10 sacks in 2001. Now, I know that not everything as far as how good you are is defined by sacks. But that is ultimately what those guys make a living off of. Like Harold Landry last year was the same Harold Landry he is this year. But he's getting a bunch of sacks, which is fair. And now everybody loves Harold Landry. But it was the same guy. Now he's played better this year, but the big key is he's getting sacks. I thought Bud Dupree yesterday was great, but he didn't get any sacks. So you don't get any sacks, what do you care? Javon Kearse was a Pro Bowler in 2001 with 10 sacks. He got hurt in 2002. He had 9.5 sacks, 7.5 sacks, 7.5 sacks, then 3.5 sacks. I'd say Javon was fine after the foot. So at least as far as getting sacks are concerned. But again, I think that's another question for Stefania. But I think anytime somebody gets hurt, you start to wonder, okay, is this the beginning of the end? Now, Tannehill tore his ACL, and I think he had a shoulder issue the next year in Miami, and he's been fine ever since he's been quarterback here. But I just think this. I think Derrick Henry's going to play because I think Derrick Henry is the kind of guy who is like, put me in, coach. And that's the one thing. I think Vrabel was asked today, most guys will say if you ask them, do you want to go in? And Vrabel kind of got short with Paul Kaharski about it. And Vrabel was like, I don't think you talked to a lot of the guys on our team or something like that. Like some smart-ass comment Vrabel made back to Paul. Mm-hmm. But I think what Vrabel was trying to say there without saying it, and I think he realized he was going down that road and realized he didn't want to say it, was there's a lot of guys who make business decisions in the NFL who say, I don't know about that. I don't think that's a good idea for me. Garrett Cole, in Game 7 of the World Series a couple years ago, said, nah, I'm good. Let somebody else start. He could have come out on 3 days rest, but he had $300 million to make as soon as the season was over. I think it's probably better off for me not to pitch today, and that's fine. I'm not going to tell you what to do. But Derek is not a business decision guy. Derek is a give me the football kind of guy. And I think that's the one thing that you will see when the doctors tell Derek, hey, you can play. There may be some pain, but you're going to play. What I know of Derrick Henry is he will say, put me in the game. And I don't think everybody else is built like that. What's next?
Ron texts in and says teams will stack the box for Adrian Peterson because they still have to respect him until proven otherwise. With this offensive line and what they did for Henry, Peterson should get some of the same results. Maybe not like Henry, but enough for the respect of the run.
How many practice squad running backs in the NFL will they stack the box against?
Well, to be fair, Adrian Peterson is on the practice squad for now. He's not a practice squad running back.
Where's he going to be signed to?
He's signed to the practice squad,
okay.
I know.
So he's a practice squad running back.
There's a difference between a practice squad running back and a running back who was on the practice squad. Mekhi Sargent is a practice squad running back.
Do you know what the difference between the practice squad and the active roster is? The Titans would be fine putting Ryan Tannehill on the practice squad every week and elevating him up if they could. But you know why they won't do that. Because if Ryan Tannehill's on the practice squad, somebody else around the league is going to take him off your team.
Yes.
Okay. So not one of the 31 other clubs wants Adrian Peterson on their active roster or practice squad.
Well, are any of the other 31 clubs so run heavy just as much as the Titans and just lost their running back?
Baltimore lost like 6.
Franchise running back?
Baltimore lost like 6. And they weren't interested in Adrian Peterson. This idea that like Adrian Peterson is Adrian Peterson.
He's not Adrian Peterson of, his peak Adrian Peterson. No, I understand that.
Like, we're having a hard enough time getting the fans to understand that Julio Jones isn't Julio Jones anymore.
Yes.
But, like, Adrian Peterson's, like, 55 years old. Like, I saw Steve Lehman, and I love you, Steve. I do, with all my heart. I saw Steve Lehman tweet out that, I covered him when he was in college, and now I'm covering him.
That was a long time ago.
And you know what my response to that tweet was in my head?
What?
How old are you, Steve? Seriously. Like, Steve looks like he's, like, 32 years old. And I'm like, Steve's like, I covered him in college. Like,
maybe when Steve was in college.
I was in like high school or middle school when Adrian Peterson was in college. Like, that's wild to me. No, Texter, they are not going to load the box for Adrian Peterson. And I will just explain it to you like this, and you can tell me I'm crazy or I'm an idiot or whatever you want. But let me say this. You got 2 options. You can load the box and leave A.J. Brown man for man. Or you cannot leave A.J. Brown man for man and take your chances with Adrian Peterson and a crappy offensive line, which, let's be honest, the Titans have. You make the choice. Stefania Bell, ESPN injury analyst. She is their top injury expert. She will join us next. Her thoughts on this. And the big question, when can Derek come back? How likely is Derek to be able to come back? How effective can Derek be when he comes back? That is next. First, Caroline wants to tell you about BetUS.
I want to tell you about my favorite sports book, and of course, that is BetUS. Get in on all of the sports betting action with BetUS. They've been America's favorite sportsbook for over 25 years, and that is exactly why I endorse them. They have integrity. They have longevity. They've been around a long time, so you know that when you win with BetUS, that you are going to get paid, and you really cannot ask for anything more in a sportsbook. Plus, they offer everything. They have live betting, MMA, golf, horses, esports, all kinds of crazy prop bets. If you want to put money on it, you can do it with BetUS. So call them today, and they will walk you through setting up an account. 1-879-BETUS is their number. Just call 1-879-BETUS. Nobody in the industry gives bigger bonuses than BetUS, so if you join now and you mention promo code GAME, G-A-M-E, you can get a sign-up bonus on your first deposit. Nobody in the industry beats BetUS. That's exactly why I bet with them, and so should you. So go now to BetUS.com, join today, put in promo code GAME, G-A-M-E, for a sign-up bonus on your first deposit. That is BetUS.com.
Take us wherever you may go.
There are two guys on my untouchable list.
Tune us in anywhere, anytime.
Every team's got those. That's my point.
Just search The Game Nashville in your app store and download today. And keep it locked on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Hey Nashville, we think you deserve the very best driving experience, and now is the time for our Season of Change CPO event at Mercedes-Benz of Music City. When you purchase a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you're backed by the remaining new vehicle limited warranty. Once that expires, the certified pre-owned limited warranty goes into effect, providing an additional 12 months of coverage with unlimited miles. See all the perks and exceptional offers for your certified pre-owned vehicle from Mercedes-Benz of Music City, mbofmc.com.
Genesis Diamond's biggest and final sale of the year is here this weekend. It's an incredible event with savings of 20, 25, even up to 35% store-wide. Rings, earrings, pendants, bands, bracelets, nothing's held back for this once-a-year, 3-day extravaganza. Acclaimed designers are here with expanded collections and extraordinary pricing. Plus, get 0% interest financing. The final store-wide sale of the year with discounts up to 35% this Friday, Saturday, and yes, open Sunday for this great event. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
When Genesis Diamonds has a sale, you know it's the real deal, and it's happening this weekend. Our final store-wide sale of the year with deep discounts up to 35% off. This is the big one. The one where the staff knows they can break all the rules. Plus, the selection is nearly doubled with designers here from LA and New York with their entire collections, all of it on sale. This is the last and best jewelry buying opportunity of the year. Save up to 35%, zero interest financing. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
From city streets to back roads, from road warrior to carpooler, there are some things you can always count on, like the reliability, durability, and power of DieHard, America's most trusted auto battery. No matter where your journey takes you, count on DieHard to get you started on the road ahead. Available at your local Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest stores.
Nashville's best sports talk, locally owned, home of our Nashville Predators. WPRT-FM Pegram, 97.5 Murfreesboro, WBUZ HD2 Laverne, online at thegamenashville.com. We are
ESPN
102.5 The Game. Live from the Game Nashville studios, it's Stillman and Company. Delivered by TriStar Moving. TriStar Movers with 5-star service. With Jared Stillman on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving. ESPN 102.5 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Presented by the law offices of Amanda Gentry. It is a Reaction Monday, powered by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, and by Focus, the sparkling water with a spark drink, Focus.com. I got to tell you, there are few people in this industry that are as respected as Stephania Bell, and as nice as Stephania Bell, and as informative as Stephania Bell, ESPN injury analyst, but you almost never want to have her on your show because it's a day like today where we find out that Derrick Henry has broken the 5th metatarsal in his foot in yesterday's game against the Colts. He played through it. He had surgery today. Mike Vrabel not saying a timetable for a return and is not interested in one, so I guess we're going to have to figure out all the details. And Stephania Bell does join us now, ESPN injury analyst. She's also a board-certified orthopedic clinical specialist and a certified strength and conditioning specialist. So, Stephania, I want your reaction to the news of a 5th metatarsal break for Derrick Henry and what you think that means.
Well, first of all, it's unfortunate when anyone gets injured, but Derrick Henry is really, I would argue, the face of the franchise for Tennessee. So this is just devastating, and he's such a fun player to watch, you know, with his power and his speed. I mean, he's really a unique running back, and that same uniqueness that makes him so special as a runner is part of what makes this particular injury challenging for him. So I heard on the intro there you were talking about the fact that his fifth metatarsal fracture. He's actually scheduled to have surgery tomorrow morning, according to Mike Vrabel. And he didn't want to put a timeline on it, and I actually really respect that, and I'll tell you why, and I can tell you a little bit about the injury. There's a wide range of possibilities in terms of how soon a player can return from an injury like this. And there are a lot of factors that go into making the decision. Number one is the healing of the bone. That's first and foremost. Where are they in the spectrum of bone healing? And then number two is you look at what are the risks versus the rewards of coming back at that point. So let's say it gets to be 8 to 10 weeks and it looks like he's doing well and the Titans are in a really good position and they'd like to have him come back. Maybe they're in a position where they're vying for the playoffs or they're vying for home field advantage, something of that nature. And there's risk involved in coming back, but the conversation happens and they decide he's okay to play. He could return. But there's also the opposite scenario where the team's not doing well. I don't hope that for you guys, but that's a possibility. And then they might decide, it's just not worth the risk, and you wait till next year. So with that, all of that context, it's understandable why they don't want to put a timeline. But the fact is, it's a fracture in the fifth metatarsal, as you said. It's basically the long bone of the forefoot that connects to the pinky toe on his right foot. And you don't need me to tell you that in a big guy, the impact on that area is going to be significant, especially when you're pounding and grinding and touching the ball as often as he does. And on top of that, injuries in this area can be challenging in terms of healing because the blood supply is not fantastic to all areas of the bone. So the location of the fracture, how it heals, his response to it, seasonal calendar, those are all things that factor into it.
Stefania, my old co-host, the late former Titans general manager Floyd Reese, absolutely hated when somebody had a metatarsal injury. It happened to Javon Curse here in the past. He came back from it and ended up having a nice career, but maybe not the great player that he was before. How worried are you about this being a long-term thing for Derrick Henry?
Not particularly. I think what we've seen over time is that these do very well when they are managed appropriately. And, it used to be the case where sometimes they would see how a player responded healing-wise on their own. And now, and I would say in the last decade, maybe longer, the shift has really happened to you fix these acutely. The injury happens, you're going to go and put hardware in because what that does is it stabilizes the fracture and helps facilitate the healing process. But it still doesn't guarantee you a solid union of the bone. The better the healing now, the better the prognosis going forward. So I think that's where the conversation has to happen in terms of whether it's even a possibility for Derrick Henry to return this season or you wait until longer. But there are so many players in the NFL who've had these injuries and had them repaired now. And I will also say this. There are plenty of players who've had refractures after an initial fracture, and they've gone on to have a more robust procedure that involves bone grafting. It's more substantial. It's a longer recovery. You're talking 6 months or so. But they've also come back and returned to play after that second procedure. So by no means would I consider this a career-threatening injury, but by the same token, it's important to manage it properly when he does come out of surgery and going forward, and I think that the Titans will do that.
Stefania Bell is with us, ESPN's injury analyst. I do wonder this. I think you and I would both agree there's the business decision guys, and there's the guys that want the football, want the baseball, want the basketball, no matter what. Kobe played with a torn Achilles and said, hey, can we tape it up? And they were like, no, Kobe, you can't do that. Derrick Henry is one of those guys. Even yesterday he played with that injury. He is going to push the Titans, I believe, just knowing what I know of Derrick, he's going to push the Titans to get back out there on the field. Knowing that, how cautious would you be? And do you think that makes it easier when the patient says, hey, I want back in the game?
It's a different kind of challenge, right? I've had patients of both types when I was actually doing clinical work. And for me, I always preferred the ones who wanted to get back out there. Like, yes, you had to rein them in, but it's a lot. I felt like that's my area of expertise. Like, I can do that easier then I can try and motivate somebody who might not be motivated to return, whether they've lost the love of the sport or there are other issues going on. So I'd always rather have a player who is itching to get back. But I think it's all about how you discuss the situation with the player up front, the relationships between the player and the team, the player and the medical staff. That all matters, and I think people forget about that. That's why these injuries aren't cookie cutter. You've got a player like Derrick Henry who's clearly got a great relationship with the team. The medical staff has managed other players with injuries very, very well in terms of how much they work them and so forth. You've got a coach who will respect what he's told from the medical staff in terms of whether it's okay to bring him back or not. And he referenced that today when he talked about not wanting to set a timeline because he didn't want to put pressure on the player to return too early. So I think Derrick Henry will push, but I think, players don't get this far without knowing their body. And if you've seen the training regimen that he does, he trains in the off season in Dallas, it's phenomenal. You don't put that kind of energy into your body to throw the sound advice and recommendations from medical people completely out the window, because what you recognize, and maybe, just maybe, him going back in there yesterday and seeing that he could not be as functional when his foot was not right, that's something that he'll remember, and he'll want to get it right before he tries to get back out there.
Stefania, how likely do you think it is that Derrick returns this year?
I'm not willing to put a percentage on that, especially because you haven't even had the surgery. What I always say is you hold out until you get through the procedure, because you never know exactly. As much as the imaging is superb these days, you never really know till you're in there. And then you have to make sure everything goes smoothly. We always hear about a successful surgery, but nonetheless, you still have to wait till that happens to declare it a success. And then there's just so many factors along the way that'll play into this. And some don't even have to do with his healing. I mean, it really, like I said, depends how the Titans are doing when you get to the point where he's nearing a return, if that becomes relevant. So I would say just be patient, everyone, and be optimistic and hold out some hope, but don't be disappointed if the right decision is to wait until next year.
When do you think they would know that? Like, do you think that it would be 2 weeks, 4 weeks that they'd see, okay, the operation is done, now we see how the healing has worked with the rest and everything else, and in 3 weeks they would know, okay, it's going to be a couple more weeks, but Derrick will be able to go, or they'd say, no, we got to shut it down for the season? Is there a time frame there that you would probably make that kind of decision?
Well, if you look at just fracture healing, it takes approximately 6 weeks for a bone to show good healing. The challenge with the area of the fracture that Derrick Henry has, anywhere in that fifth metatarsal, and there are several different types of fifth metatarsal fractures, but it can look good on some imaging, but you can't see really at the cellular level of the bone. So there is some risk of re-injury that no matter what you look at in advance, you still can't account for all the risk. But until you see good evidence of bone healing, you're not making any kind of decision about a return. So I would think you're going to be at least past six to 8 weeks before you're even starting to have that conversation.
Woo, that is a while and deep into the season the Titans will be. Do you think his size impacts this one way or another?
Oh, absolutely. In the sense that what he is asking his body to do and the impact cannot be overlooked. I mean, it's his foot, so it absorbs all that impact. And he's a sizable guy, and he's powerful. And those are factors, and you can't ignore that. And I think that's why the conversation is more nuanced than just, hey, how's it feeling? How's it look? Okay, go. It comes down to the conditioning that he has, what he's able to do training-wise, how they feel like they can work him back when he comes back. I mean, like I said, there's so many layers to the conversation that's what makes it really hard to project right now. And so you got to look at this in phases. And the first part is just get the surgery done, monitor the healing, make sure you're not overdoing it in the early phase, but you can work on aerobic conditioning and things that are away from the foot, upper body strengthening, all of that. And then the second phase is when you start to look at the healing of the bone. And it's not necessarily one follow-up image. They'll often do serial imaging They're going by what the patient's reporting about how he's feeling. And as they're increasing their activity, what do they tolerate? What things are they still experiencing when they increase the load through the foot? All of that will come into the conversation and help make the determination of whether returning is an option.
Stefania Bell, ESPN's top injury analyst, a senior writer as well with ESPN, and a must-listen to when it comes to fantasy football advice. Stefania, I promise one of these days we will have you on when things are not doom and gloom around you. But thank you so much for all that insight there on the Derrick Henry injury.
I would like that. I don't always want to be around bad news. Sometimes we have good news. Maybe, whatever it is that he returns, whether it's this year, next year, maybe bring me back then so we can be celebrating it.
Sounds good. Stefania, appreciate you and always appreciate you making time for us.
Thanks for having me.
Yep, Stefania Bell, ESPN's injury analyst. So, there's some things in there that I want to get to that. There's a lot that she just said that I want to unpack next. Some of it good, some of it bad, some of it neutral. Does it change our minds at all? We'll get to that next. And your text, as always, your reaction, 615-737-1025. We'll react to what Stefania Bell had to say. And I do want to thank her for coming on the show, by the way, because I think that, as soon as I heard what was going on, I texted and I said, we got to get Stefania Bell on the show today. ESPN's top injury analyst. Every team has injuries. Every market has injuries they want to discuss. She today said, I'm going on Nashville because I got to talk about Derrick Henry. So I want to thank her for that. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Those are my guys. They take great care of my home, and I promise that they can do the same for you. When I have Hiller come to my home, they do a fantastic job, and that's why they've got the services free if you're not the happy you'll be or services free guarantee, because they know that you're going to be happy with the service you get from Hiller. And I can back that up because, again, I use Hiller. And if Hiller could take care of feet, I would say, please, Hiller, take care of this foot. But they can't. They do plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical. You've noticed all the inventory shortages and empty shelves everywhere. And now, there are serious shortages on equipment and products for your home. HVAC systems, tankless water heaters, and generators are going to be extremely limited in 2022. So if you need a replacement, call our friends at Hiller today. Don't wait until you're out of options. Hiller has special financing available, so you buy now and you pay nothing until next year. Their work is backed by that happy you'll be your services free guarantee. Learn more at happyhiller.com. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, proud supporters of the Preds, the Vols, Vandy. Hiller. Call the Happy Face truck today.
Breaking news. A gut punch of seismic proportions to the Titans, overshadowing a big win at Indy.
Derrick Henry going to have surgery in the morning on his foot.
What does it mean for the rest of the season?
It's tough to know because every individual surgery is different, but the timeline is about 6 to 10 weeks. So there's a pretty good chance they will see their star running back before 2021 is over.
We're reacting all day on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Some people think fall is the best time of the year. It may also be a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19. Brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks, welcomes you with the lock of the year. Hey, what's up? It's Chase McCabe. All you have to do is place a $10 moneyline wager on either New York or Kansas City. If either team scores a touchdown, you'll win $200 in free bets, regardless of your bet's outcome. Just use the bonus code 1025GAME200 when you make your first bet to take advantage of this offer. Enjoy football like never before with BetMGM's live betting options and boosted odds specials at your fingertips all season long. Download the app or go to BetMGM.com. Use that code 1025GAME200 to win $200 in free bets if either New York or Kansas City scores a touchdown. Visit BetMGM.com for a full list of terms and conditions. 21 years of age or older to wager. Tennessee only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable free bets or site credit. Free bets expire 7 days from issuance. For problem gambling support, call the Tennessee Red Line at 800-889-9789.
Genesis Diamond's biggest and final sale of the year is here this weekend. It's an incredible event with savings of 20, 25, even up to 35% store-wide. Rings, earrings, pendants, bands, bracelets, nothing's held back for this once-a-year 3-day extravaganza. Acclaimed designers are here with expanded collections and extraordinary pricing. Plus, get 0% interest financing. The final store-wide sale of the year with discounts up to 35% this Friday, Saturday, and yes, open Sunday for this great event. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
When Genesis Diamonds has a sale, you know it's the real deal, and it's happening this weekend. Our final store-wide sale of the year with deep discounts up to 35% off. This is the big one. The one where the staff knows they can break all the rules. Plus, the selection is nearly doubled with designers here from LA and New York with their entire collections, all of it on sale. This is the last and best jewelry buying opportunity of the year. Save up to 35%, zero interest financing. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
It's football season, and Spring Hill Heating and Cooling is here to serve you. If your AC or heater is old and inefficient, you can replace it with up to 60 months no monthly interest financing for qualified buyers. That's right, 60 months no monthly interest financing for qualified buyers. One of the many ways you can save at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling. They offer 6 months no interest financing available on repairs. Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, offering premium service without the premium price. Visit springhillac.com or call them at 615-778-8855.
Interact with Stillman and Company. Call or text the show at 615-737-1025. Driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com.
Stillman and Company Reaction Monday, powered by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling and Focus, the sparkling water with a spark. Join stars for this year's Cherish the Night Unplugged event this Wednesday at Marathon Music Works. This year's lineup is incredible, featuring Gordon Kennedy, Charles Eston, and Danny Flowers. To learn more, go to register. Go to starsnashville.org. I want to thank ESPN Stefania Bell for joining us. One big thing, I asked her how long. She said, it's a good thing Vrabel doesn't put out a timetable because, and you never know with healing, and she is right about that. Like, some people get the flu and they're sick for a day. Some people get the flu and they're sick for a week. Some people get the flu and unfortunately they die. And I feel like everything is kind of like that when it comes to an injury. How long are you out for? Well, this guy was out for this long, and that guy was out. Mm-hmm. She said, it's hard to put a timetable. But I know that's what you all want to know. So I asked Stefania, how long until you think he's back? And she said, you won't know for 6 weeks, as in they won't know. That right now, Derek has a surgery. I think he had it this morning, right?
Yeah, tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Okay. He goes under the knife tomorrow morning. 6 weeks from tomorrow morning, if my do we count this week as 1 week when going through the calendar? So it would be
yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. December 7th, the Predators are on the road at Detroit. On December 7th is when we will know whether or not, and not we, but the Titans.
I would almost say the 14th. Go an extra week.
Well, wait, now we're making up rules here. 7 weeks? I mean, I hear you, but...
Well, Tuesday to the 9th is 1 week, so that starts 1, right?
Okay, so
16.
it's like when a kid's born.
So this is 1...
It's like you're not born at 1-year-old. You're born at
6
0
weeks.
years old.
It's 6 weeks.
So is it the 7th or is it not?
The 2nd to the 9th is 1 week. The 9th to the 16th is 2 weeks. The 16th to the 23rd is 3 weeks. 4 weeks, 5 weeks. So, yeah, it is the 14th.
Okay.
What in the world? Jared.
So, by then, you'll be at week 14. So, you will play the Rams, the Saints, the Texans, the Patriots, your bye week, and the Jags by the time you get to the 14th. And that's when you will know. At that point, you'll have the Steelers, the 49ers, the Dolphins, and the Texans left.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that's when he's coming back. That's just when we get a better glimpse into the future.
But, see, that's where this is important because, and I love Stefania Bell, and, she covers the whole league. I don't think she realizes how over the AFC South is right now because she was like, look, if the team's not doing well, then that's the moment where you say, hey, shut it down.
Right.
Well, that's not going to happen with this team. Like, this team has won too many games, and its competition has lost too many games to where shutting it down is not going to be an option. And I can tell you who it's not going to be an option for. It's not going to be an option for him. Like, if you go to him and say, hey, Derek, let's just shut it down. Let's just do, she talked about that 6-month bone graft surgery. Let's just do that. He's going to look at you and say, screw you,
Absolutely
I'm getting on
not.
the field. So this is what's interesting, is that I think at that point, you'll know if he's going to come back this year. Because I pulled up an old article, and you'll know where the Colts are at that point, because the Colts by then will have played Buffalo, and they will have played Tampa Bay, and I think they'll be getting ready to play Arizona. So you'll know if the Colts are really, truly dead in the water, and you are walking into the division and everything else that comes there. But on September 8th of 2002, Javon Curse broke his foot week 1 against Philadelphia. And this is why I think the timetables are good, that they don't do. Javon Curse broke his foot on September 8th, and I am reading from an Associated Press article, which I think Teresa Walker probably wrote. And it says, quote, Titans defensive end Javon Curse broke a bone in his left foot in the opening minutes of Sunday's game against the Eagles and will be out 6 to 8 weeks. Curse will have surgery on Monday, Jeff Fisher said. Quote, obviously we're going to have to go on, Fisher said. We've lost a great player for 6 to 8 weeks. So there's that time frame, this time table. And this is why Vrabel, getting all these words
That's
mixed
tough,
up.
yeah.
This is why Vrabel doesn't like that, because Javon Curse ended up missing 6 weeks. In fact, he did not come back to the Titans. Let me pull up this date here. But he did not come back to the Titans in 2002. He got hurt on September 8th. He did not come back until December 16th. Now, I don't know what, if they had to go back in there, and this obviously a year ago, we would have had probably a little bit more information about what happened to Javon Curse for obvious reasons. But, I mean, the truth is with the Derek stuff. Now, I'm just telling you a gut feeling from somebody who has never seen Derek's foot, who is not a doctor, who is not a physical therapist, who is not a school nurse. I think Derek's going to come back this year just because I know Derek. And I think if they say, hey, we're putting a screw in, we're going to see how it goes for 6 weeks. If after 6 weeks they tell Derek, hey, we're going to have you do this, we're going to have you do that, but it looks like it's healing, Derek's going to go back out there and they're going to run him through a bunch of drills. And every time they run him through a drill, they're going to ask him, how did that feel?
And he's going to say fine.
It felt great. And so, I mean, again, I'm not saying Derek will come back or Derek won't. I'm not smart enough and I'm not educated enough. And especially on this, I don't know enough to be able to make that kind of assessment.
But I think after 6 weeks, if it's a possibility, if they say, it's a 50-50 chance, we don't know, it's all depending on how you feel, then Derrick Henry will be out there.
Oh, yeah, right. I mean, I'm not questioning Derek.
Yeah.
Derek ran the ball for an entire game against a 9-man box with a broken foot. I mean, what he did is the same as what Charlie Morton did the other night, where Charlie Morton pitched to 3 batters with a broken leg.
Yeah.
Like, that is some pretty incredible stuff. You don't see – Carson Wentz is not doing that, going the entire game with a broken foot and being effective enough. Now, Derek did not look like the normal Derek yesterday, and I thought it was pretty obvious. My best friend's dad was like, he doesn't look explosive today. And I was like, yeah, he didn't look explosive.
He looked off, and then when I saw him on the sideline with his shoe off, I thought, uh-oh, something's up.
I think we all thought that. And then he went right back in the game. So he goes back in the game, and it's like, oh, great. Oh, Derek's back in there. I got to tell you something. I hate this for Derrick Henry. He was headed to Canton. Like, this was the season that was going to get him into the Hall of Fame. I hate it for the Titans. I hate it for you, the fans, because I really do think, I thought this week was, which I think it kind of showed you where you stood in the NFL. You didn't play your best against Indianapolis. You went in there banged up without some of your most important players. Your top corner is out. Your number 2 wide receiver is out. Both your guards are hurt. You are a banged up team. Indianapolis said after the game, they played it like a playoff game. They knew how important it was, and they still lost. Now, I think the Colts are an incredibly average team, but they played their best game. They knew this had to be their game, and you still beat them.
And you could tell. In that first half, Indianapolis knew what was at stake, and they played like it.
New Orleans put Tampa Bay in the same spot. and they beat Tampa Bay. They had no business beating Tampa Bay.
With their third-string quarterback.
This was, their second.
Well,
Drew Brees
Taysom
was
Hill.
not there. Well, yeah, but he's not quarterback. So I look at it and I'm like, Cleveland was supposed to be a contender. They didn't answer the bell. Cincinnati was the flavor of the week. They didn't answer the bell. Tampa Bay, defending Super Bowl champions, they didn't answer the bell. I felt like walking away, you and Dallas can look in the mirror and say, we're for real. Like those are the two teams this week in what was kind of a separation Sunday that can say that. And you've got the inside track on Buffalo because you've got the tiebreaker, and a number 1 or number 2 seed I think was very likely when I woke up this morning at 7 o'clock Eastern time. And I hate this for you, the fans, but I really hate it for him because there's nobody who puts the team first. There's nobody who has a better attitude. There's nobody who is more fun to watch, but also, he's not arrogant. He's not selfish. He's not any of those things. And to have this derail his season and maybe derail his career year that, as I was saying, could get him into the Hall of Fame, I absolutely hate it for him. And I think it tells you everything about his desire to win. Not that anybody had any question about his desire to win, but I think it tells you everything that on that 4th down play yesterday, when they had him stopped, he found a way to get the football ahead and get you the first down. And think about this. Against a 10-man box, Derrick Henry on 4th and 1, with everybody in the ballpark knowing he was getting the football, on a broken foot, got you the first down. That is some Superman type stuff. And so my hope is that the body will heal the 6 weeks, and then they'll get him back on a rehab program, and the team will do enough. They'll be okay. They'll do enough to keep themselves, in charge of the division, and that he'll play through some pain, get you into the playoffs, you see where it goes from there, and then you move on. And then maybe after the playoffs are over, he has the bigger surgery that Stephania Bell was talking about, the bone graft. It's a 6-month thing. You have the surgery in January, February. You're back by the time the training camp starts, and there you go. But, I hate this for him, and I hate it for you, and I hate it for the Titans. 615-737-1025 is the phone number, 615-737-1025. There's one thing I'm not going to do that I will not do, and I don't think you, the audience, wants it, though I do think there are going to be people out there who will do this. And I don't think we can. And we'll do that coming up next here on Stillman and Company. FanDuel Sportsbook is my official sportsbook app. That's right, I love the FanDuel Sportsbook app. The final game of NFL Week 8 is tonight, and my friends at FanDuel want you to get the most out of every play. That's why they're giving everyone a $10 risk-free bet every single week. All you have to do is bet a same-game parlay with 3 legs or more. And if your bet doesn't win, FanDuel will pay you back up to $10. Chiefs and Giants tonight. I know the Giants are terrible, and I know the Chiefs have that terrible taste in their mouth from what happened to them last Sunday here. So I'd say over, Chiefs, Chiefs, Chiefs. That's how I feel about the game. I'll be shocked if it's even close. Shocked. And if it is, that'll tell us all we need to know about the Chiefs. I love the FanDuel Sportsbook app because apparently they have fast payouts where you'll get your winnings, according to them, in as little as 2 hours. It's easy to use, it's safe, it's secure, and it's America's #1 sportsbook. There's no feeling like nailing a same-game parlay, so lock in yours today on the FanDuel Sportsbook app and get up to $10 back if your bet doesn't win. New to FanDuel, use the promo code JGM to also receive a risk-free bet up to $1,000. That's promo code JGM, so they know that I sent you. 21 and older and present in Tennessee. Refund issued as non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Max refund $10. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Same-game parlay available for multiple sports in all states on mobile and web. Gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line 1-800-889-9789.
Breaking news. A gut punch of seismic proportions to the Titans, overshadowing a big win at Indy.
Derrick Henry going to have surgery in the morning on his foot.
What does it mean for the rest of the season?
It's tough to know because every individual surgery is different, but the timeline is about 6 to 10 weeks. So there's a pretty good chance they will see their star running back before 2021 is over.
We're reacting all day on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN.
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hi guys, it's Andrew with Hillside Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical breakthrough. The WAVE technology at Hillside Medical Clinic was tested by Cambridge University and the Cleveland Clinic, and the results are in. It's proven to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED by treating the root cause, call us now. And not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, we'll also include something unique that produces powerful results in the bedroom. I don't think I've ever seen it fail. This is a $600 value, free to those that call in the next 2 minutes. 615-576-5000. That's 615-576-5000. Guys, put a stop to your erectile dysfunction and get your love life back. Call Hillside Medical Clinic now to qualify. 615-576-5000.
Hey, it's Jared. Your body needs water. That doesn't mean it has to be boring. And I'm here to tell you to give Focus a try. Focus is a sparkling water with a spark. It's infused with a boost of natural tea caffeine so you get clean energy without sugar, calories, or crash. Go to drinkfocus.com to find the full lineup of flavors and get them delivered right to your door. Enter promo code GAME at checkout for 15% off your first order. Focus is also available at your local Publix. That's Focus, P-H-O-C-U-S, on the web at drinkfocus.com.
With Fundbox, you can stop waiting and start doing. If your small business needs funds to grow, the time is now. Fundbox offers fast, easy access to small business funding up to $150,000. So hire that new employee, launch that campaign, buy that piece of equipment. Apply in minutes at fundbox.com, and you could get funding as soon as the next business day. Fundbox. Ready, set, grow. Credit line amounts, rates, and terms are based on creditworthiness and subject to change. Additional documentation may be required.
Now is the best time to work at Amazon. They are offering higher sign-on bonuses and more hourly pay. On November 6th, Amazon is hosting a hiring event and will be making job offers on the spot for warehouse associates. Please be sure to bring 2 forms of federal identification to help expedite the application process. Come to the Radisson Hotel Nashville Airport Center Drive on November 6th between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. and you could walk away with a new job. Amazon is proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
ESPN's Turon Davenport breaks down the Titans like no other.
On the field chemistry, I don't think it's going to be a problem. It's just going to be a process.
Catch TD Mondays at 11, Thursdays at 3, and Fridays at 8. Plus, the Talking with TD podcast drops every Wednesday.
When you draft players, it's not just for one season, it's for a career.
Presented by FreedomTireGuys.com, Nashville's premier mobile tire company, and Craneworks and Rental Works, your source for crane and equipment rental. Visit Craneworks.com. Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hey Nashville, this is Paul Feinbaum, and you're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
I think this season, I think this season's over. I don't mean they're going to miss the playoffs. I want to be very, very clear about that. I think they get into the playoffs by default. They've already got a 2-game lead on Indy. And just looking at Indy's schedule, you've got Buffalo, Tampa Bay, New England, Arizona, and the Raiders
that's
on your
left
schedule.
On the schedule already?
That's what's left on their schedule, Indianapolis' schedule. So my point is, because it's Indy's schedule, obviously I expect Indy to lose a few of those games, and with Tennessee already having a 2-game lead, I think Tennessee gets to the postseason. When I say this season is over, I'm saying this conversation about them being in the Super Bowl conversation, that is done. You are not going anywhere without Derrick Henry. You will squeak into the postseason, and then you will go home because Derrick Henry is the Tennessee Titan.
Stephen A. Smith today says the Titans are done without Henry, and I can hear you in your cars or watching on the stream or listening on the stream, or I can hear you without me even hearing it physically. I can hear all of you. I hate that Stephen A. Stephen A.'s loud mouth.
Yeah, what does Stephen A. know? Normally, I would agree with them.
I think we have to entertain this possibility. What he said there at the end is the truth. Derrick Henry is the Tennessee Titans. Last year when the Dallas Cowboys lost Dak Prescott, they were terrible.
Yeah.
When Aaron Rodgers, you go back to Green Bay, and I know they're in the McCarthy years, they struggled a little bit, but there was a year where Aaron Rodgers broke his collarbone. I want to say it was 2017. And Green Bay was awful when Aaron Rodgers was gone. The one year, well, there's 2 years, 2002, Brady won the Super Bowl in 2001, his first Super Bowl with the Patriots. They missed the playoffs in 2002. They made the playoffs every single year that Brady was there, except the year that he got hurt week 1. That was the only one. 10-6 with Matt Castle didn't make the playoffs. Every other year except for 2002, Tom Brady made the playoffs. Prescott, Dallas isn't very good. Rodgers. Remember what happened to Indianapolis when Peyton Manning had that neck surgery? They had the number 1 pick. Remember what happened to Indianapolis when Andrew Luck up and retired in 2019? They were awful. That's what, I mean, I'm not saying that's what we're looking at with the Titans, but it would be very disingenuous of me. There is an entire radio station that is dedicated to cheerleading for the Titans. And guess what? It ain't this one. And there's some good people over there that are talented at what they do, but there's also some people over there that, just stand up and wave some pom-poms. We don't do that. I can't sit here today and say that I was banging the drum that he should be the league's MVP and now going to tell all you people that if Derrick Henry doesn't come back, that it's going to be fine. Because it's not going to be fine. Just like it wasn't fine in Green Bay without Rodgers. It wasn't fine in New England without Brady. It wasn't fine in New England after Brady. It hasn't been fine in Indianapolis since they can't find a quarterback. It hasn't been fine. This is like losing a quarterback. I heard Darren McFarland say it today. Ask Seattle what it's like without your quarterback right now. That's what you're going to be. Now, that might be good enough. What did Seattle do yesterday? They beat Jacksonville. So it might be good enough for you to beat Jacksonville and the Texans twice and steal a game or two, and that gets you to 10 or 11 wins. And in this division, you are easily in the playoffs. So if you can do that, let's say you beat Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, and Houston twice, and you've got, I think that would put you at 10 wins. So you're 10-7, you're the 4 seed in the AFC, and you're going to beat the Dolphins. 11 wins. We keep forgetting that Dolphins game. They suck. 11. That puts you at 11. You're the 3 or 4 seed in the AFC. Derek comes back, you got a shot. But you are what the Cowboys were last year without Dak Prescott right now.
I don't know. I mean, you mentioned Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson. Those are all quarterbacks. And I know that Derrick Henry is the center of this offense.
But what was our argument for Derrick for MVP?
Because he's more valuable to his team than any other player is to their team.
He's as valuable as the quarterbacks.
But let's say we're playing this scary little game and we get to choose who gets hurt, Ryan Tannehill or Derrick Henry. I don't think that you can win without Ryan Tannehill as your quarterback.
So this reminds me of when they were both free agents after the 2020 season.
And you have to
pick.
2019.
And there was talk about Henry and Tannehill and what do you do with one, what do you do with the other. And there's a possibility of 2 tags, but Jack Conklin and Logan Ryan were free agents. So we talked about this every day. And I remember it like it was yesterday in the studio, and I can still see Floyd today going, I'd either sign both of them or I wouldn't sign either of them. And I'm like, what? And he's like, I'd either sign both of them or I wouldn't sign either of them. Because I don't think Ryan Tannehill is as good without Derrick Henry, and I don't think Derrick Henry is as good without Ryan Tannehill. If you think Derrick Henry is as valuable to the Titans as Ryan Tannehill, which is a fair point to make, because no team in the NFL can win at a high level without at least a competent quarterback. If you think that Derrick Henry is as valuable, then he's not the most valuable player in the league. But if you thought last week that Derrick Henry was the most valuable player in the league, then you'd have to say that you'd rather have Ryan Tannehill get hurt than Derrick Henry. I got to tell you, Tannehill right now, and we'll get to Tannehill because there's going to be a lot put on Tannehill's plate now. Tannehill is not doing it for me right now. Like, his play right now is not at the acceptable level of what we should be expecting from Ryan Tannehill. It is not good enough, and that's with Derrick.
It was bad decision-making yesterday. It was bad decision-making the week before and the week before that, and it's the getting nervous whenever he's under pressure.
And guess what's going to happen a lot more now without Derrick Henry?
Throwing it to 3 or 4 Indianapolis Colts right there. I know. I hear you because I'm with you. I do think that Derrick Henry had a legitimate shot at being the NFL MVP.
So that's my whole point. I have argued Derrick was the league's MVP, that I would give him the award over Lamar Jackson. But we know if something happens to Lamar, and I hope it doesn't, knock on wood, that the Bengals season is, the Ravens season is over. Like, no shot.
Yes.
So if we're going to say now, well, hey, they still have Tannehill, and they still have Brown, and they still have Julio Jones, and the defense is playing better, and they still have
without Lamar, what do the Ravens have?
Then he's the most valuable player. Then everything that we said about Derek in the past is a complete flip-flop. And I'm not willing to go there.
Flip-flopping.
It's a total. Did you think he was the league MVP last week?
Against the Chiefs?
No, the league MVP. Last week, you had a ballot.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did.
Then you can't say that Ryan Tannehill matters just as much.
I think that you're not looking at it in the way that I think that I am looking at it, and that losing Derrick Henry is a massive loss to this offense. But getting a backup quarterback and just picking up another running back off of waivers, off of a practice squad, I think are two different things. I think that this team still does have a shot with the rest of the season if Derrick Henry can come back later for the playoffs. I think that their road is incredibly more difficult without Derrick Henry. But I think that saying that the Seahawks losing Russell Wilson is indicative of what's going to happen to the Titans, because it's not the same position.
No, but if the Seahawks got to play the Jags every week, then the Seahawks would be a good team. That's why the season's not over. If this were a month ago and you had to go through the Bills, the Chiefs, the Colts, the Rams, and you were sitting at, what were the Titans? A 2-loss team, 1-loss team, whatever. I mean, I think 2-2. You were 2-2, and you had to play those teams with no Derrick Henry. And you had to go another 4 weeks or 8 weeks or whatever it is without Derrick. Over. Season's over. No shot.
But that's not what they're doing.
Right, that's my point. But I'm not talking about the future. I'm talking about like this team right now. If you put this team on the field with Tannehill at quarterback and Jeremy McNichols at running back against a good they're going to get killed Sunday night. Like, they're going to get embarrassed.
But did we think that they had any shot of winning with Derrick Henry?
I thought they had a shot. But that's my point, is if you're talking about, like, when we talk about the season's not over because they're going to make the playoffs. But if you just want to make the playoffs, then it doesn't matter if Derrick comes back. But that wasn't ever my goal for this year, and it's still not my goal. And I'm with Stephen A. You heard what Stephen A. said, which was, I think they'll get in the playoffs, and then they're going home. Because Derrick Henry is the Tennessee Titans. Just like Lamar Jackson is the Baltimore Ravens. Just like Russell Wilson, who got hurt in week 3 or 4, is the Seattle Seahawks. Just like Tom Brady was the New England Patriots. Just like Peyton Manning was the Colts. That's what Derrick is for you.
But do you think that they beat the Colts with Logan Woodside at quarterback?
I think they'd have had a shot. I didn't think Tannehill played very well yesterday. If he doesn't turn the football over, I think they'd have had a shot. I mean, I've seen Tannehill without Derrick. Like, I've seen Tannehill without Derrick. We've all seen Tannehill without Derrick. He got run out of Miami. This team, for them to, again, they can beat Jacksonville, and they can beat Houston, and they can beat the bums. And all you have to do is beat the bums without them. Mm-hmm. I mean, right now, we talked all last week about how they should beat Pittsburgh, they should beat New Orleans, and they should beat New England. If Derrick Henry doesn't play, Pittsburgh should beat the Titans, New Orleans should beat the Titans, and New England should beat the Titans. They should. That doesn't mean they're going to, but they should. That's where the Seahawks are right now. Seahawks play a decent team, they have no chance to win. They're not going to beat the Saints. They're not going to beat the Rams. They're not going to beat any of those teams. They probably beat the 49ers. They beat the Jags like they did yesterday. That's what you are. But it's good enough for the rest of this season that if he comes back in the playoffs, you have a chance. But this idea of like, well, he's not a quarterback, so it's not as bad. Well, then everything that we said last week about how he's the most valuable player in the league is ridiculous. And then it doesn't matter. Then it's a quarterback award, and don't ever worry about giving it to a running back ever again.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying
that is what you're saying.
Well, that's not what I mean. Because I think that it's difficult. It's easy to look at all of these teams in the past who have lost an incredibly valuable player, and they've completely tanked after that. But they all play one position.
Yes. And our point was, everybody argues, well, you can't give the MVP award to Derrick Henry because it's a quarterback award. And the argument was, he's as valuable to this team as those star quarterbacks are to those teams.
Yes.
But now if you're saying, well, it's not that bad because it's still got Tannehill, you're now eliminating the argument that you tried to make last week in support of him. And I'm not doing that. That is the pom-pom waiver stuff. That is the, hey, this guy's the most valuable guy in the league. He's more valuable than Lamar Jackson. He's hurt. They'll be okay. What? That's not, like, it's not consistent.
But that's not what I'm saying.
But it has to be one or the other. It may not be what you're saying, but it has to be one of the other. Either he is the most valuable player, and his team sucks if he's not there, just like Russell Wilson and Lamar Jackson, or he's not the most valuable player. And you said last week he was the most valuable player.
Yes.
So it can't be one or the other.
Okay.
Thank you. 615-737-1025. We're right to your phones next. 615-737-1025. Reaction Monday powered by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling and Focus. Sparkling water with a spark. Drinkfocus.com, Phocus. Join us in partnering with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society for Light the Night. Nashville's Light the Night will be virtual and take place this Thursday. Learn more at lightthenight.org/TN. By the way, this Friday, it's your chance to participate in the Nashville SC Pick to Click, brought to you by Camarena Tequila. If you guess correctly which player scores a goal in the game on Sunday, you'll win a Nashville SC prize pack Friday, 9:45 a.m. Stillman and Company, it's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. Mostly sunny to partly cloudy this afternoon with a high of 63 degrees. Enjoy it. Highs drop to the mid and lower 50s for the middle portion of the week.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
During Lowe's Provember event, new members of their loyalty program get a welcome kit via mail now through November 24th. Lowe's, the new home for pros, U.S. only.
The 2021 Major League Soccer season isn't over yet, Nashville. Are you in? There's just one regular season home match remaining as we make our final push for a playoff spot. Don't miss the action on Sunday, November 7th at 2:30 p.m. against New York Red Bulls at Nissan Stadium. Come be a part of the most unique sports experience in Nashville. Tickets are on sale now from just $22 at NashvilleSC.com. Everyone in.
How'd you like that?
Are you tired of living with chronic pain, knee pain, joint pain? Listen carefully, because now there are new treatments available here. Not talking surgery or steroids. These are regenerative treatments from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Willie Donick here. QC Kinetics is the leader in these exciting biologic therapies that help restore and repair damaged tissue in your joints with lasting results. So if you've got pain in your knees, shoulders, hip, or back, joint pain that won't go away, you need to check out these new treatments with astonishing patient satisfaction reports. They can actually help your body restore and repair itself with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery. So call now to schedule your free consultation at QC Kinetics. 615-249-4024. Tired of dealing with joint pain and want to get moving again? You need to learn more about how biologic therapies are changing the way we think about dealing with joint pain. It's exciting stuff, so don't wait. Call today. QC Kinetics, 615-249-4024. That's 615-249-4024.
Genesis Diamond's biggest and final sale of the year is here this weekend. It's an incredible event with savings of 20, 25, even up to 35% store-wide. Rings, earrings, pendants, bands, bracelets, nothing's held back for this once-a-year, 3-day extravaganza. Acclaimed designers are here with expanded collections and extraordinary pricing. Plus, get 0% interest financing. The final store-wide sale of the year with discounts up to 35% this Friday, Saturday, and yes, open Sunday for this great event. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
When Genesis Diamonds has a sale, you know it's the real deal, and it's happening this weekend. Our final store-wide sale of the year with deep discounts up to 35% off. This is the big one. The one where the staff knows they can break all the rules. Plus, the selection is nearly doubled with designers here from LA and New York with their entire collections, all of it on sale. This is the last and best jewelry buying opportunity of the year. Save up to 35%, zero interest financing. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
Darren McFarland.
He's cool. He's got a personality, and they make fun of him.
Willie Donick.
With this being a fun guy to come to work and hang around with all day.
Chase McCabe.
They're just like, hey, we need you to play yourself.
Darren, Donick, and Chase have you covered weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Curacion CBD on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
This is Stillman and Company, delivered by TriStar Moving.
Do you want a pair of tickets to see Evanescence and Hailstorm at Bridgestone Arena on Friday, December 3rd? Head over to YouTube and subscribe to the 1025 The Game YouTube page. You'll enter for your chance to see Evanescence and Hailstorm live. Once you subscribe, email us at promotions@cromwellmedia.com with your YouTube handle. One winner will be chosen on Monday, November 8th. I got a tweet. I see loaded phones. We're to them right now, but I see a tweet. Guy says, if you want Tannehill to play better, give him more than 2.1 seconds to throw the ball. He gets rid of it faster than anyone in the league and has been hit more than any quarterback. Guess who's getting hit more now? Guess who's getting less time to throw the football now?
Tannehill.
Mm-hmm. Like, this is, like, Derrick Henry makes everybody's life easier. And now Derrick Henry is gone. Let's go to your phones. Adam is up next on Derrick Henry. Thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting. Go ahead, Adam.
Man, it's emotional. He's so good. I don't think there's been, since probably Brady in 2007, like a more impactful injury to start. Like, I don't know. I'm so sick because I was like, oh, we won a game that we shouldn't have won, and we're in perfect position now. Kind of coast. Well, now we don't have any cushion because we know we're going to lose a bunch of games, and we need every bit of cushion we can get. I still think Indy sucks. I mean,
they suck.
God, I think Indy sucks so bad. And you know what? They came out, they gave us a big punch, whatever. I'm going to look at this from this angle. Do you think McNichols could be a good running back? I actually think he could be a good running back. He gets 10 yards almost every time he touches it. Every time they put him in the screen game, he does something good. I'm trying to think of answers, Jared, and I'm in the bad shape
Adam,
today.
I appreciate your call. I do think that, like, they signed Adrian Peterson to the practice squad. They're going to elevate him to game days, that kind of. Jeremy McNichols is the running back. I think McNichols has earned the opportunity to run the football. Like, that, to be the guy right now. Now, not the 29 carries a game guy, but the number one running back, hand off to McNichols, throw to McNichols. I mean, I sure as hell think he's earned it more than Deion Lewis ever did. And so I think McNichols is going to be your guy. Now, here's the thing. I don't think you can beat the Rams without Derrick Henry. I think you can beat the Saints at home. I don't know if you noticed, they lost somebody pretty important to them yesterday, too. I think you can beat the Texans at home. I don't think you will beat the Patriots on the road, but I think you can beat the Patriots on the road. I think you'll beat the Jags at home. I don't think you can, I don't think you should beat the Steelers, but I think you can beat the Steelers. I think you should beat the 49ers. That's 4 wins right now, 3 wins. Houston, Jacksonville, 49ers, Dolphins, 5 at home, Texans
twice.
6. Like, you can win 6 more games this year.
You should win 6 more games this year.
Maybe 7, even without Derrick Henry. But, like, the idea of going to Buffalo in January and winning with Jeremy McNichols at running back. Like, I think you can win any game in the playoffs without Derrick Henry, but I don't think you can win 3 of them. And I think that's the difference. Like, you can't win 3 or 4, which it would take to win the Super Bowl. You can't do that without Derrick.
Could you win them without Tannehill?
I mean, we've never seen Logan Woodside play.
So
I'm not going to say yes, but I would say it like this. I don't think the Bulls win 6 rings without Scotty, but we definitely saw what they looked like without Michael. They could survive for 1 year without Michael, but the second year was a total mess, and Michael had to come back. And that's what I think we're looking at with the Titans. They can survive this stretch without him, but, I mean, I think
it's going to be incredibly difficult.
Yes. Like, here's the difference. I think, like, say the offseason were to happen. I think they can go find a quarterback that's as good as Tannehill. I don't think they can go find a running back that would impact the game like Henry does.
Well, and yes, and that's what makes him so valuable. But losing your quarterback in the middle of the season and having to rely on your backup, I would say, is a monumental hit to your team.
Sure.
Losing Derrick Henry is a monumental hit to your team, but I don't think it's as black and white as you make it out to be. That just because the Titans are losing Derrick Henry and I think that they're going to be okay doesn't mean that he's not the MVP.
Let's go to JR, who's been waiting patiently and is up next on Derrick Henry. Thank you for calling. Go ahead, JR.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Hey,
sure.
I tend to agree with Caroline on this, and I was going to say that Derrick Henry is the MVP as far as I'm concerned, or he was until this injury. The thing is that any team that loses their starting quarterback, with very few exceptions, is probably going to tank. Losing Derrick Henry, we can probably patch together some wins, but that entire offense ran through him and was based off of the linebackers pulling up and trying to stop and stuff the run. There's no other player in the league that commands the kind of attention that Derrick Henry commanded, but we still have a decent quarterback who can patch together wins.
I'll answer your question for you here, JR, and I appreciate your call. I mean, I think any team that loses their starting quarterback and doesn't have an option at backup quarterback is in that spot. But when Steve McNair was out, the Titans turned to Neil O'Donnell, and they went 4-1 with Neil, I believe, as a starter that year. But Neil was a capable backup. I'm not sure if Eddie George had been out at that point, and Rodney Thomas, and Rodney was a pretty capable backup too. But Rodney had gone in, I'm not sure the Titans would have been 3-1 or 4-1 or whatever it was. And that's where I think this is differs here, which is if you had a decent backup and not Logan Woodside, but you had a guy who's been in the league, who's had a little bit of success, kind of like what Tannehill was a couple years ago when he took over for Marcus, I think it'd be okay. But I don't think you can do. I don't think you can do any of this without. I mean, look, remember what Floyd said. Floyd said that he'd sign them both or he wouldn't sign either. Now, I think that's pretty simple to me as far as kind of what that outlook is. I see your phones. We're right back to them because it is a Reaction Monday powered by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling and by Focus, drinkfocus.com, PHOCUS. It is a Titans Monday too, but it just doesn't feel like Titans Monday. Because Titans Monday feels like you're either mad at the Titans for what they screwed up or you're happy with the Titans for their win, and you all should be happy about the way they played yesterday. You should be. Then the gut punch at 8 o'clock this morning. That's next. Stillman & Company. It's ESPN 105 The Game.
The voice of reason.
If I'm the official, I would send both teams to the locker room and say, this is going to stop.
The voice of the fan.
Our entire team's a mash unit right now.
The voice of Nashville sports is your home of Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Genesis Diamond's biggest and final sale of the year is here this weekend. It's an incredible event with savings of 20, 25, even up to 35% store-wide. Rings, earrings, pendants, bands, bracelets, nothing's held back for this once-a-year 3-day extravaganza. Acclaimed designers are here with expanded collections and extraordinary pricing. Plus, get 0% interest financing. The final store-wide sale of the year with discounts up to 35% this Friday, Saturday, and yes, open Sunday for this great event. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
When Genesis Diamonds has a sale, you know it's the real deal, and it's happening this weekend. Our final store-wide sale of the year with deep discounts up to 35% off. This is the big one. The one where the staff knows they can break all the rules. Plus, the selection is nearly doubled with designers here from LA and New York with their entire collections, all of it on sale. This is the last and best jewelry buying opportunity of the year. Save up to 35%, zero interest financing. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
It's football season, and Spring Hill Heating and Cooling is here to serve you. Right now, they're running a tune-up special for one system for only $55. You heard that right. A great tune-up special for only $55. One of the many ways you can save at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling. You get 6 months no-interest financing available on repairs. Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, locally owned and operated, offering premium service without the premium price. Visit springhillac.com or call them at 615-778-8855.
Since being the first to make wiper blades over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in any weather. We're always looking ahead, studying your specific driving conditions so you'll be ready for anything. Like, if it actually rains cats and dogs, you can handle every soggy Siamese and drenched Doberman. Your Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, whatever the weather. Trico, the future of wipers since 1917. Visit TricoCatsAndDogs.com.
I'm one of thousands of women with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body.
I'm living in the moment and taking Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for postmenopausal women or for men with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy.
Be in your moment. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com.
Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Nashville's best sports talk, locally owned, home of our Nashville Predators. WPRT FM Pegram, 97.5 Murfreesboro, WBUZ HD2 Laverne, online at thegamenashville.com. We are
ESPN
102.5 The Game. Live from the Game Nashville studios, it's Stillman and Company. Delivered by TriStar Moving. TriStar Movers with 5-star service. With Jared Stillman on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving. ESPN 102.5 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks to the law offices of Amanda Gentry. We had ESPN injury analyst Stefania Bell on earlier today. She said 6 weeks until they will know how the bone is healing for Derrick Henry. So not when we will know, when they will have an idea is 6 weeks from now. Yesterday, everybody was feeling good about the Titans. I was feeling good about the Titans. I was so proud of how the Titans won that game. I really was. And I thought this was the chance for the Titans to have a special season. Like, that was when I saw that game, and I thought about the fact that they were down 14-0.
On the road.
Did not play well.
Penalties.
Penalties. And a lot of the penalties were their fault. A lot of them were the officiating yesterday. Sucked.
Yeah, the Jeffrey Simmons call was dumb.
I mean, if they didn't blow the whistle, they didn't blow the whistle. And, I couldn't hear if they blew the whistle or they didn't.
I couldn't
Everybody says they didn't blow the whistle. So if they didn't blow the whistle, they didn't blow the whistle. At the same time, like, does Simmons really need to go in there and just drill the guy in the back? I mean, the play was clearly over. So
didn't blow the whistle.
They say they didn't blow the whistle. I don't know.
They said they didn't blow the whistle.
Did Sheffer say they didn't blow the whistle?
No, Vrabel said they didn't blow the whistle.
Well, so Gene said it was a good call. And I'm going to say this about Gene. I view Gene as the Supreme Court. So
Gene Steratore?
Yes.
Why?
Because that's my respect for Gene. So when I see something in a game that I don't know, and I'm watching it on CBS, I will go, as soon as it's like, let's see to the ball. I don't know. And I'm sitting there like, Jane, somebody get Jane. I know you're busy with the Tony Romo game, but we need you over here,
What
Gene.
is he busy with?
Come on, Gene. And if Gene says it, then I stand by it. So it's like, I'm sure there are a lot of people that don't like certain things the Supreme Court has decided upon.
But what did Gene say about the whistle?
But say the Supreme Court says that, gay marriage is legal, which they did. Well, you may not like it, but the Supreme Court said it, so it's legal. And so Gene said it was a good penalty, and if Gene says it's a good penalty,
please compare a roughing the passer. What was the call?
Unnecessary
roughness to gay marriage. Please do not.
I'm just saying, Gene is the Supreme Court of the CBS game.
What did he say about the whistle? Did he say that they blew it?
I can't remember exactly what Gene said, but Gene
I need context. I need info.
Gene said it was a good call.
If you're going to pull the Gene card, you got to have all the information.
I don't need it. Gene said good call. So, Gene said good call. I am a Gene Steratore believer.
It was a late whistle, but they did blow it just late. Late whistle.
Gene
late
said...
whistle. It was a late whistle.
Late hit. Now, look, I would agree. Like, if they didn't blow the whistle and Simmons hit him, like, you got to give some leeway there. And Spiro Ditas said the dumbest thing on the broadcast yesterday when he was like, and the fact that it wasn't by the line to gain probably was another reason they threw the flag. I'm like, I don't know in the rule book where it says, well, if it's 1 yard away from the marker, don't throw the flag. But if it's 5 yards away from the marker, do throw it. That's not in the rule book.
Also, how many times did they call yesterday RPO on a play that was not an RPO?
Dude, I thought Jay Feely, I don't think I've ever, I know he's been a little sideline guy.
Uh-huh.
I've never heard him as a true analyst. He might be worse than James Lofton. He was pretty terrible.
The call wasn't great yesterday.
But Gene said, back to your phones again. So you should feel good about this game. This was a true game where you played okay enough, but they played their hardest and their best effort wasn't good enough for you when you were banged up and injured, because that's a sign of a good team. And I was riding high. And then the news. Derrick Henry out. We won't know. When I hear Ian Rappaport go 6 to 8 weeks, so he could be back. Ian, you don't know.
Ian, you're a doctor.
He doesn't know the things he does report on, much less the things he doesn't.
All right,
report.
Easy on Ian Rappaport. We know your feelings. We're pro-Gene's territory. I know I was there.
When Ian Rappaport was like, no, I'll stay with my report. I'm like, dude, that's not what I'm hearing.
No, I know.
And then 2 years later, or 2 hours later, it was like, oh, yeah, by the way, my report wasn't Anywho, 615-737-1025 to your phones as promised. Reaction Monday, Titans Monday. Reaction Monday is powered by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling and Focus. Titans in Truth, Chris is up next on Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill. Thank you for calling. Go ahead, Chris.
Jared, my dear friend, how you doing, sir?
I've had better days.
Well, I think for everybody out here, it's time to lighten up the room a bit, because this doom and gloom is not working for me. It's not.
How doom and gloom have we been? I'm not saying the season's over.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate
it.
Don't talk over Chris.
I don't know, Jared. You're saying that you're saying I've seen over. But it's sounding a little different subliminally, my friend.
Hold on, wait a minute. Define season being over. If they get to the second round of the playoffs, the divisional round of the playoffs, to me, that's not good enough this year.
And I agree. I totally agree, because
if Derrick Henry doesn't come back, they don't have any shot of doing that.
Now, it's a long shot, but I agree with Caroline on this one. I
don't think you do, because I don't think that Caroline thinks that. I don't think Caroline thinks they can get to the AFC Championship game with Jeremy Nichols as running back, right?
I don't think they can.
I would rather go to battle. I think we have a chance of doing it with Tannehill without Henry than with Woodside with Henry, and this is why. I know it sounds crazy, but with Woodside, they're going to stack the box and be like, Woodside's no threat. Stop Derrick Henry, we stop the Titans. Pretty much what Baltimore did last year. With Tannehill, I think we do have a shot. Yeah, I'm not as big of a believer in McNichols yet. I think he does some good things. He does a lot of good things. And Adrian Peterson, yes, is 36 years old. True. True. But at the same time, nobody's going to replace Derrick Henry. There's no way that anybody can replace that.
Chris, I love you, and I appreciate your call. And I do feel like this is a day, like I said, you should feel good about your team today. After that win yesterday, you should have been allowed to have felt good about your team today. But this idea of hey, if Woodside was in there with Henry compared to Tannehill with McNichols, you're not beating good teams in either scenario. You're not doing it. And that goes back to Floyd's theory of I'm either signing both of them or I'm not signing either of them, which I thought was a little bit kind of over the top. If you had signed Tom Brady and you had brought Derrick Henry back, I'd have been okay with it. That, I think you could have lived. But I understand what he was saying. It's a
bad situation in either situation.
But this idea of they'll stack the box like the Ravens did last year. You lost that Ravens game. Tannehill quarterbacked it. I don't get where he was going with that. This idea that now that you're going to turn into this passing offense, we got to take a chill pill on that one. I just think you'll be good enough to beat the bad teams. That's the thing that you got to, hope is that you can beat the bad teams, because the schedule has a lot of bad teams left on it.
The rest of the Titans' schedule does give me a lot of optimism, and the fact that the Titans are past that really difficult stretch. Well, not quite. They still have the Rams, but that was never a game that we circled as, okay, Titans need to win this game. They beat the Bills. They beat the Chiefs. They swept the Colts. Now that all of that is in the rear view, I feel so much more confident saying this team can make it through with it. They can make the playoffs without Derrick Henry. Now, once you get into the playoffs, that is a completely different ballgame.
Martrice has been holding. Thank you for calling. Go ahead, Martrice.
Hey, Jared, I just wanted to say I can see Mike Verbitt saying like the offense, well, majority like having Mike Chubb, like the way the Cleveland got Chubbs and Hunt. He can do the same thing, I believe, with Sargent and McNicholson. I mean, for crying out loud, yes, it's a big thing with Derrick Henry being out or whatever the case, but for crying out loud, they still was able to get the game done yesterday, and he was hurt. He didn't produce nothing like we expected him to do, but I believe if they do that, at least for the next 2 weeks, until we can get Adrian Peterson to where he know what to do with the offense know how to work with him, I believe that there is well, we can still get at least 3 or 4 yards with Adrian Peterson on the first 3 or 4 runs, and then maybe I have to use Nickerson or Sargent to get the remaining 2 or 3 yards that we may need. But I really do still feel like there's still some kind of hope and something that we can pull off. I think the advantage that we have now is that we've been known to pull off some tricks where now the Rams don't know what to expect with the Titans. I think that's more than likely. And the reason why I say this is because more than likely you're going to have 2 or 3 defenders on Julio and A.J. Brown, which McNicholson and Sargent are the wrong people to sleep on. I mean, I'm just saying it really does make it where it could open up a hole where they are more based on trying to hold down Brown and Julio. That's just my thought.
You know what, Martrice, I'm with you. Thank you for your call. I think this is the game that Nick Westbrook-Akina and Mekhi
scored
Sargent.
A touchdown yesterday.
I think this is the game where they just go bananas here. This is the...
Who else are you going to go to?
Your thoughts on that call?
I mean, to say that losing Derrick Henry, it's going to be a seamless transition to just Jeremy McNichols, Adrian Peterson, and Mekhi Sargent. That is grossly undermining the contributions that Derrick Henry makes.
Do you think they called Green Bay radio stations when Aaron Rodgers broke his collarbone and said, you know what, Hundley's going to be fine. He's got Jordy Nelson. He's got, who was their tight end all those years? I can't even remember. He's got Jordy Nelson, Martellus Bennett. He's got Martellus Bennett. He's got Jordy Nelson. Brett Hundley's going to be fine. Do you think they said that on Green Bay radio?
Maybe if there were some Packers fans that were just incredibly optimistic about the team. But I have a very hard time getting on board with the fact that Mekhi Sargent is going to be the perfect fill-in for Derrick Henry. If we're going to call him an MVP candidate, to your point earlier, you have to put some respect on him.
You can't replace him with Mekhi Sargent.
You cannot replace him with Mekhi Sargent.
Here's the thing. And I'm telling you, and I know that everybody thinks I'm like this my way or the highway guy, and that, Jared thinks that his opinion's the only opinion that matters. No disrespect to the caller, because I like Martrice, and he held on for a while. What he said is an utter fantasy. There's no chance that happens.
If that does happen, I think that would exceed all of our expectations. But I don't think anyone's expecting that. And I don't think that they should expect that.
If you put chia seeds on my Jewish man bald spot and put a watering can and watered my head and it grew hair, that's the equivalent of saying, hey, I think McNichols, Sargent, and Peterson will replace Adrian Peterson or will replace Derrick Henry and be totally fine, and the Rams won't know what hit them. That's the same thing. It's just ridiculous. And I say this. Here's the key. Can you beat the bad teams without Derrick, which there's a lot left? What do we count, 6 or 7?
Yeah, I mean, you got the Texans twice. You got the Jags. You got
Dolphins.
The 49ers, the Dolphins. And then
you win one of those
you got the
Steelers,
Saints, Patriots, yeah.
If you can survive that, if you can beat the bad teams and steal one other game, you're going to end up with 12 wins. Then you get Derrick back. That's the path.
If you get Derrick back.
If you don't get Derrick back, then Stephen A. Smith is probably right, and you're going home in the first round of the playoffs. I think that is the reality of the situation. Now, look,
no,
Vrabel's,
first round or not, you're definitely not going to the AFC Championship.
Vrabel's going to have these boys ready to play now. Like, I do think he's going to galvanize this team because that's what he does. But you don't lose all-time great players and then get better. Like, it doesn't happen like that. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Somebody texted me and said that guy called McNichols both Nickerson and McNicholson in the same call.
You know who he was talking about.
I knew who he was talking about. 615-737-1025. Coming up next, we got to get to Tannehill because there is a narrative around Tannehill that now there's going to be more on his plate. But I don't think that's completely fair, and I will explain why next. Here on Stillman and Company, Reaction Monday, powered by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling and by Focus Sparkling Water with a Spark. DrinkFocus.com. Go to theGameNashville.com/deals to check out Nashville's best deals. The new deal of the week is a $30 gift card for only $15 to 312 Pizza Company in Germantown. 312 Pizza Company serves pizza as well as Chicago-style eats like Chicago dogs, Italian beef sandwiches, and more. Get your deal now at theGameNashville.com/deals. Stillman and Company, delivered by TriStar Moving. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Breaking news. A gut punch of seismic proportions to the Titans, overshadowing a big win at Indy.
Derrick Henry going to have surgery in the morning on his foot.
What does it mean for the rest of the season?
It's tough to know because every individual surgery is different, but the timeline is about 6 to 10 weeks. So there's a pretty good chance they will see their star running back before 2021 is over.
We're reacting all day on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Staples Connect is a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Hey Nashville, we think you deserve the very best driving experience, and now is the time for our Season of Change CPO event at Mercedes-Benz of Music City. When you purchase a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you're backed by the remaining new vehicle limited warranty. Once that expires, the certified pre-owned limited warranty goes into effect, providing an additional 12 months of coverage with unlimited miles. See all the perks and exceptional offers for your certified pre-owned vehicle from Mercedes-Benz of Music City, mbofmc.com.
Hose and Belting Specialties in Murfreesboro is your local source for hydraulic, air, water, and chemical hoses, along with conveyor, timing, and metric belt needs. They stock metric fittings for both air and hydraulic applications. Hose and Belting Specialties stocks Parker hydraulic hoses and fittings, Goodyear Conti-Tech industrial hoses, and V-belts, just to name a few of their lines. For any of your industrial needs, call 615-895-HOSE, 615-895-HOSE.
Rock Bottom Nashville is Broadway's original brewery, where all brews are brewed on site. Josh Rappaport is Rock Bottom's brewmaster, creating fresh craft beers where peak flavors are always the rule. Grab one of their blockbuster beers to pair with their nachos, pretzel bites, and delicious flatbreads. They even have group catering. They boast one of the best views of downtown Nashville and is a short walk to Titan Stadium. And enjoy happy hour Monday through Friday afternoons from 2 until 6. Rock Bottom Nashville, 111 Broadway.
This is Stan Harrison, CEO of Apple Collision Centers. We understand that no one likes to deal with auto body repair and the inconvenience it becomes in your day-to-day life. I want to personally invite you to stop by and let our experienced staff see how we can help you make your vehicle look good as new. Apple Collision Center has 3 convenient locations: Old Hickory, Hendersonville, and Gallatin, ready to serve you. Come by and see us or visit us online at applecollisioncenters.com.
Genesis Diamond's biggest and final sale of the year is here this weekend. It's an incredible event with savings of 20, 25, even up to 35% store-wide. Rings, earrings, pendants, bands, bracelets, nothing's held back for this once-a-year 3-day extravaganza. Acclaimed designers are here with expanded collections and extraordinary pricing. Plus, get 0% interest financing. The final store-wide sale of the year with discounts up to 35% this Friday, Saturday, and yes, open Sunday for this great event. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details. details.
When Genesis Diamonds has a sale, you know it's the real deal, and it's happening this weekend. Our final store-wide sale of the year with deep discounts up to 35% off. This is the big one. The one where the staff knows they can break all the rules. Plus, the selection is nearly doubled with designers here from LA and New York with their entire collections, all of it on sale. This is the last and best jewelry buying opportunity of the year. Save up to 35%, zero interest financing. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
If you've missed any of today's show, just search Stillman and Company on Apple, Spotify, or your favorite podcast platform.
Whatever you piece together in the backfield, how maybe crucial is it now for Julio to surface and be part of the pass?
Well, I think everybody. I think everybody. We'll have to block better. We'll have to throw better. We'll have to call better games, and not just one person. We need everybody. We'll need everybody in all three phases. So whoever wasn't with us on Sunday, we'll have to try to get them back out there as soon as we can to help us moving forward.
That was Mike Vrabel. Everybody's got to be better. And I totally expected that from Vrabel. Hey, does so-and-so have to be better? Yeah, but everybody's got to be better.
Next man up mentality.
But
everyone's got to be better.
There's one guy everybody's going to put the pressure on. And I'm not sure it's fair. And that's Tannehill. Now, I got to tell you
this.
He's
your starting quarterback. I think that just comes with the job.
Regardless of what happened to Derek, I didn't think Tannehill played very well yesterday. I thought Tannehill did enough to beat an average Colts team. But I feel like this season, more so than the last two seasons, Tannehill has been a passenger on the bus and not a driver of the bus. Whereas in the past, he was so efficient and so deadly, and so it was almost like, hey, you key in on Derek, Ryan Tannehill is going to make you pay. Now, every time he goes back to pass, I'm holding the back of my pants like, oh, Lord, please don't throw the ball to the other team. And everything that's going to happen to Tannehill is going to get harder. Like this idea, and I heard them talking about it today on the midday show, and you heard the question that was asked there of Vrabel, which is, hey, what about Julio and how much now Julio's got to do? This is not going to be a pass-first offense, not if you want to win. Your offensive line is an average to below average offensive line, period. It is a terrible pass-blocking offensive line. Just terrible. You don't have a right tackle. So the quarterback's going to have to deal with that in his face. You've got a revolving door with an injured left tackle. You've got an injured left guard. You got an injured right guard. And you got a 500-year-old center. This is not a good offensive line, especially for pass blocking. And they're not going to get better overnight. There is not a quick fix to this. Offensive lines like to run the ball. They don't like to pass block. I heard Phil Simms say this the other day. He was like, an offensive line wants to go run the ball at will, get out, push guys around. They don't want to stand there and pass block. And this offensive line can't pass block. So if you look at it like, well, Derek's out, so let's just go run and shoot. Spread them out. You don't have a tight end.
Jeff Swain with a touchdown yesterday, though.
Exactly. You don't have a tight end. You don't have a right tackle. And now you want to throw it 40 times a game? It is not feasible for you to ask Tannehill to do that. So here's what I think they have to do is I think they've got to give, say they were giving Derek, what were they giving, 24 carries a game? McNichols was probably getting 4 carries a game. So let's say 28 between the two of them. I think McNichols probably has to carry it 16, 19 times, and Adrian Peterson has to carry it the rest. And that's what you have to do. But you cannot put more pressure on Ryan Tannehill to throw the ball because he's already not doing a great job when he's got Derrick Henry on his team. I mean, listen to Michael Irvin today on First Take talk about watching the Colts game yesterday and listen to him because this is what people think of Tannehill, and I don't completely disagree with it this year from what I've seen. Take a listen.
Indy goes up 14 yep. and they come out. This was a must drive. And Tannehill comes out. A.J. Brown runs the route wide open, and he goes to somebody else. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? There's a pecking order to this. If you're like handing the ball off to Derrick Henry, you're looking for Arthur Warren Brown right now. He didn't do that. Now what he will have to do is put everything on him, man. They're going to need Julio back, and it's over. They're not going anywhere.
I mean, Michael Irvin's like, so they're going to need this, but Tannehill, like, it's just not. It's not going anywhere. And I'm going to say this too to Michael Irvin's point, which I completely agree with. I mean, I don't know why he didn't throw the ball to A.J. on every play. And when Indy said they're not going to double him, I don't know why. I mean, why are you throwing to other people? A.J. was open the whole game. I mean, he was man for man. Just throw it to A.J., and now that's going away. Like these 9-man boxes that you've been getting, where he's been able to, against the Chiefs, just turn and throw it up in the air, and A.J. goes up on his guy, catches it for a touchdown. That's gone. That's not coming back now. Like, it is going to be so much harder on Ryan Tannehill. And I'm not convinced Tannehill is carrying his weight right now for a $30 million quarterback. By the way, we've seen Tannehill try to be the featured franchise guy before. It happened in Miami, and it didn't work. So, I mean, I think the Titans need to be focused on trying to stay similar to what they've been doing, but doing it more so with McNichols and short passes and things like that than it would be.
How sustainable is that with Jeremy McNichols?
I don't know.
I wonder how many times he can carry the ball and hold up. We haven't really seen it,
That's where Peterson is. That's why I'm telling you, like 19 carries for McNichols. Like if Derek's,
can he do that if he's been doing 4?
If Derek's averaging 28, I think that he's got to get 19 and Adrian Peterson gets 9. You cannot throw the ball 40 times a game with this offensive line.
But
you're going to get Tannehill killed. You almost got him killed yesterday.
He's almost gotten killed every week.
But he's going to get killed if you try to throw it 40 times. They can't go to the West Coast offense. They can't go to the run and shoot.
That's not what this team is.
They cannot throw the ball down the field.
They can't just become that right now.
When's the last time the Titans threw the ball down the field effectively?
I don't know. I guess against Seattle?
That's probably about right. And that was the one game Julio Jones was healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else has been short, and A.J. runs with it.
Yeah.
I mean, and now A.J.'s going to get doubled and tripled, and every game plan is going to be about him. I mean, I'm worried. Like, I am worried about what that does, but I don't think Tannehill can carry the team. And I think that was the positive of the situation that you had. Now, again, against these Jacksonvilles, he's not going to have to because they're so bad. But I am worried about putting more on Tannehill's plate because I don't think that he's set up for success. And then I don't think he's playing well enough right now to have that success.
I also think he got bailed out big time on that second interception.
The one where they fumbled it?
If they don't fumble that ball, we could be having a very different conversation right now.
Oh, my God. I mean, that second interception wasn't as bad as the first one, but it was bad.
Well, the first one was bad. It was dumb decision-making.
Tannehill's completely careless with the football right now. I don't know what got into him. I don't know if it was all Arthur that made Tannehill the most effective passer since Joe Montana, or if Tannehill has gotten cocky, or the receivers are that bad, or the line has regressed in pass blocking. But, I mean, Tannehill is not taking care of the football right now. He's not making good decisions. And now you're asking him to do all of this when he is the focal point of what defenses are going to do. I mean, now when you play the Titans, John Gruden said it. The Titans went to Oakland, and they smacked the Raiders. And Gruden, after the game, was like, with this team, you try to go line up against the run, and Tannehill checks out, throws ball downfield, try to stop Tannehill. He turns around, checks, and hand off that big beast. I mean, I don't know what you do, man. And I think there's like a lot of truth in that. That was like, hey, you sell out to stop Derrick Henry, Tannehill's going to find A.J. Brown or Corey Davis or Anthony Ferguson or Jonnu Smith. But now he doesn't have Jonnu Smith. Doesn't have a reliable number 2 wide receiver. He doesn't have his running back. Doesn't have a right tackle. Like, this is... I don't know what you do for Tannehill. Because the decision-making is terrible right now for Tannehill. By his standards, it's terrible. He has gone from, like, the most safe, effective, efficient quarterback to Jameis Winston, where it's like every game he's throwing Vince Young level interceptions. Like the ones where you look at it and you see the replay and you're like, at what point was it a good idea to throw it in that mix of 4 Colt players?
That's exactly how I felt about that first interception.
At what point was that a good idea?
Why was that where your mind led you to go?
So this scares me. I mean, like, it legitimately scares me of asking to put more on Tannehill's plate. And I just don't think, I don't know what they do. Like, and I'm serious about this. You cannot throw this football 40 times a game. That's not this offense. That's not what he does. Remember what happened to Jared Goff when he lost Todd Gurley? When Jared Goff had Todd Gurley, Jared Goff was the highest paid quarterback in the league from a guaranteed money standpoint.
Went to a Super Bowl.
And nobody blinked an eye. When that headline came out, Rams signed Jared Goff, guarantee $1 billion or whatever it was wasn't like people were like, hey, guys, are we sure Jared Goff doesn't suck? But then Todd Gurley got hurt, and then there was no Todd Gurley, and then they realized Jared Goff did suck, and then they had to trade 2 first-round picks to get rid of him in order to grab Matthew Stafford too. And now Detroit doesn't even like him. I mean, but when he had Todd Gurley, he was really good.
But
Miami didn't like Tannehill. Nobody in the league viewed Ryan Tannehill as a starting quarterback in 2019. Not one team. You didn't view him as a starting quarterback. You traded for him. He took a pay cut, and not one of these restructured contract to move money around. He took a pay cut. He took less money, and he was your backup. And you held a press conference that day and said, Marcus is the starter, Ryan is the backup. That's what the league thought he was. Then he gets paired up with Derrick Henry. Now he's a $30 million a year guy. But now you heard Michael Irvin right there talk about Tannehill like, ugh. I mean, look, I got my own issues with Tannehill, and I've been a very pro-Tannehill guy. You go back to that Ravens game, and on the interception in the playoffs that ended the game, where Khalif Raymond got bumped by Marcus Peters, and the ball went in the air and they intercepted it, A.J. Brown was wide open and Tannehill missed him. On the 3rd and 2, there was a pick play. Jonnu Smith and Cam Batson, 2 guys go with Jonnu Smith. He throws the ball to Jonnu, Cam Batson standing in the middle of the field. Like, those things can't happen anymore without Derrick Henry. And I don't know. I don't know how to feel about Tannehill right now. Because now you're taking away his biggest asset, what has made him him. You're taking it away. And he's still, even before that, not playing at the level that we have come to expect.
But I still think he's a better quarterback than Jared Goff.
Based on
what we've seen Tannehill be able to do the past couple of years.
With Derrick Henry?
Well, yes, with Derrick Henry. But, I mean, if you take Derrick Henry away, I guess we're going to find out very quickly exactly what Ryan Tannehill looks like without Derrick Henry.
Are you nervous about it?
Yeah. I think that you'd be silly to not be nervous about it.
I think there's a lot of fans out there that are like, all right, Julio, AJ, let's go. And I just don't think that's very – I don't think you can block that. Like the drop back and throw it 40 times. I don't think you can block that. You definitely can't block it this week. But I don't think, like in general, that this offensive line can block for a pass-first team.
I mean, they can hardly block for a run-first team. I mean, and that's what I've been trying to say, and you kept saying, well, this is the same offensive line from last year.
It is. And the same offensive line, the same offensive line from last year couldn't pass block for a 40-time throwing a game team. The offensive line 2 years ago, we talked and we played the Jared and the GM podcast off the air, you and I, where it was, Floyd, can Tannehill go out there and out-throw Mahomes? No. Why not? The offensive line can't block. And he was right. And it's the same line. They can't pass protect. So this is a big concern now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's one of these things where I think it's unfair. I think it's fair to expect more out of Tannehill than what you're getting right now.
Yes.
Because those interceptions yesterday were inexcusable, and the fact that he's already got as many interceptions as he had 2 years ago, and he's got more interceptions than he had all of last year is a ginormous red flag. But I also think it's going to be unacceptable when this team is incredibly stagnant on offense for us to then say, well, Tannehill's no good, but I feel like that's coming. And I feel like everything around Tannehill right now for what he needs is setting him up to fail. No right tackle, no tight end. They brought him a second wide receiver who's never going to be healthy, and now his star running back's out. So now his one good player on offense, A.J. Brown, is going to get triple-teamed. And if you don't triple-team A.J. Brown, you're an idiot.
But how much do you look at the Chiefs game in which Derrick Henry had 86 rushing yards? And I don't know off the top of my head how many rushing yards Derrick Henry had yesterday. Fewer than 100.
Like 80-something maybe?
80-something, which I said after the Chiefs game, it's not a bad game for a regular running back by any means. It's definitely not a Derrick Henry-level performance. It's not a 150-yard with 3-touchdown game. But how much do you look at the Kansas City game and the game yesterday where Derrick Henry didn't have those explosive Derrick Henry type of games and say, okay, if the Titans can recreate that and use that game plan moving forward against these bad teams.
No defense will play them the way that they've played them. The reason Derrick had 86 against the Chiefs
is because the box was so stacked.
I mean, they literally, like Tony Dungy's on Sunday Night Football, and he's like, look, they have literally 8 guys standing on the line of scrimmage.
I guess that's true.
And so Tannehill just throws the ball to A.J. Brown. But now A.J.'s going to have
A.J. Brown's going to be covered.
He's going to have a DB on him, and then there's going to be a safety over the top. They're going to bracket him. I mean, A.J., this is going to tell us if A.J.'s a number one, like a true number one. Because Floyd used to always say, hey, like, people will say, well, you know, he's not getting the ball because he's doubled, or he's not getting sacks because he's doubled. And Floyd used to be like, good players always get doubled. The great players are the ones who beat double teams consistently.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Your thoughts on Tannehill, 615-737-1025. We will get to your reaction on that next. Do you think Tannehill can handle this load? And the one thing that we have to remember when qualifying the situation the Titans find themselves in, we'll get to that coming up next as well. Stillman and Company, Reaction Monday. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Tuesday night.
Johansson shoots and scores. Ryan Johansson and the Predators are up 3-0.
Ryan Johansson and the Nashville Predators kick off their road trip north of the border against the Calgary Flames. Pre-game at 7. Face-off at 8.
On ESPN.
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Delta Dental of Tennessee, now offering dental and vision plans. Learn more at deltadentaltn.com.
Do you have a VA or FHA home loan? You gotta listen to this important update from Loan Pronto. You can refi now and snag a new rate in the low 2s. Lower your house payment big time. Hey, it's Willie Donick, and wait, it gets even better. With Loan Pronto, you can do this with no appraisal, no income documentation, and no cash due at signing. Who else does this? VA and FHA mortgage rates have come down a lot. You need to act now. Loan Pronto specializes in VA and FHA streamlined loan. They can even cover all your closing costs, and you will love their all-digital, no-hassle process. Call Loan Pronto now or go to loanpronto.com. They also have options where VA homeowners can refinance and get cash out of your home's equity, up to 100% of its value. Pay off credit cards or do that home improvement project. Call Loan Pronto, 615-499-5780 or loanpronto.com. VA and FHA loans made simple. 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender. NMLS 1661781. Subject to lender approval. Not all loans eligible for zero-cost refi.
Listen up, sports bettors. This is Hall of Famer Warren Sapp here to tell you about my favorite sports book, BetUS.com. I only endorse one sports book, and that's BetUS.com. Just like me, BetUS is the Hall of Famer of online betting with more than 25 years in the biz. Call today, and they will get you set up faster than I can run the 40. I play at BetUS, and so should you. BetUS.com.
Use code GAME for a sign-up bonus.
Tell them Sapp sent you.
Bring home unstoppable comfort with a new Train heating and cooling system. At Train, we test so it runs. Visit traininfo.com to find your local dealer. It's hard to stop a train.
Yo, this is Justin from NSC Vintage. We're here to provide you with all your vintage apparel needs. Tons of great shoes and memorabilia from your past. We're located in the heart of East Nashville at 2503 Gallatin Avenue, where we do buy, sell, and trade. Got some clothes your stepdad gave you in the 90s? Found some dope clothes in your granddad's closet? Bring it by, we'll give you a cash offer. Found some at a thrift store and don't know where to sell it? Bring it by, we'll give you a cash offer. Got some new Jordans that don't quite fit well? Bring it by and we'll give you a cash offer. NSC Vintage, here to provide you with all your vintage and shoe needs. See y'all soon, Nashville.
Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey is the official whiskey of the NFL pregame broadcast on ESPN 1025 The Game. Screwball is the original and most awarded peanut butter whiskey in the world. Made with real whiskey, peanuts, and peanut butter, Screwball is all natural flavor to be enjoyed as a straight shot, in an espresso martini, peanut butter old fashioned, or a PB&J shot with a berry liqueur. Check out screwballwhiskey.com/recipes for more. Be sure and ask for Screwball by name at your favorite watering hole in Nashville.
Enjoy responsibly. 2021 Screwball Spirits LLC, San Diego, California. Whiskey with natural flavors, 35% alcohol by volume.
Calling all sweet tooths. Head to Nashville Toffee Company, a place where rich, chocolatey daydreams are created from a secret family recipe generations in the making. Their toffees and candies are handcrafted in Nashville using all natural, kosher-certified ingredients. Sweet creamery butter, pure cane sugar, premium roasted nuts, deep rich chocolate, and sea salt. Visit NashvilleToffeeCompany.com or drop by their headquarters on Air Lane Drive for a positively hassle-free shopping experience. Whether you're buying for 1 or 100, Nashville Toffee Company is here to make your holiday gift-giving easy.
Hey Nashville, Vanderbilt football coach Clark Lee here, inviting you to tune in on ESPN 94.9 every Monday at 6 p.m. for the Commodore Hour, providing you with exclusive insights on Vanderbilt athletics.
Hey Nashville, this is Penny Hardaway, University of Memphis coach. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 1025 The Game.
They had just found the formula, beating the teams that had given them problems before. Derrick Henry, when we talk about Derrick Henry, let's go find a big guy, because you're talking about Pollard, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Pollard can hit a home run, but he can't hit between the tackles.
Not the bruise.
Like Derrick Henry brought the attitude of this football team. We talk about how physical this football team is. That's because of Derrick Henry. And then he brings the explosiveness to it, because he can take it and break it to distance. You can get a big guy, but he maybe won't be able to take it the distance like Derrick Henry. Now you're asking Ryan Tannehill to carry this football team.
Michael Irvin doesn't sound too excited about that idea, does he?
No, he does not.
No, he does not.
I don't think he's entertaining any sort of idea that this football team can be incredibly successful without Derrick Henry.
Let me say this in regards to Tannehill. The decision-making has not been good. Fair?
Fair.
But they brought him a number 2 wide receiver who can't stay healthy, which who could have seen that one coming? He doesn't have a right tackle, and he doesn't have a tight end. I mean,
your ceiling is lowered there.
It's a tough spot to be in.
Yes.
Let's go to your phones. Phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025. Stillman & Company delivered by TriStar Moving. What do we have in there?
Dave in Kentucky texts in and says Tannehill can't even handle what's on his plate now. No way can they ask him to do more. Defense is coming along. They must step up from here on out.
Would you really say that there's no way McNichols can do more? Because
there's
I
100%
like
McNichols can do more.
I feel like everything that you've given him, he's done. Like, he came in here, I believe, in 2019, and he was kind of like one of those last guy on the roster, maybe type guys. And he didn't make the team. And then the next year, last year, I believe he came in here, and he didn't make the team. And then everybody got hurt, including Darrington Evans, surprise, surprise. He got hurt, and so they were elevating McNichols up off the practice squad and finally just put him on the active roster, and McNichols was the backup to Derrick Henry and the third down back all of last year. Then they had Darrington Evans back, and they brought in some other guys, that Brian Hill and whatever, and so McNichols had to earn a spot, and then Darrington Evans got hurt again, and so McNichols was – I mean, I really think McNichols – I thought McNichols should have made the team like 2 years ago when he didn't. I think McNichols has done everything that they have asked him to do. And to me, that's when you get put into a bigger role. Like, you do this, okay, now we're going to ask you to do that. I don't want Jeremy McNichols to carry the ball 19 times a game, but I am willing to give him the chance because I feel like he's earned it, and I feel like Vrabel said as much earlier today. So I'm okay with Jeremy McNichols. Now, look, if they try to give the ball to Jeremy McNichols 19 times a game and he's getting 1 yard of carry, then yeah,
then
change
you can reevaluate.
But right now, I think McNichols is your best option. What else we got?
Sam checks into the text line and says, thoughts on sitting Tannehill this week? Looked banged up and was gingerly walking post-game. Seems like an L either way, but I know Vrabel isn't one to bend the knee.
Well, you're the one that talks about preemptively benching Tannehill to keep him from getting hurt in games.
No, I didn't say they should do that. I said anyone's thoughts on it.
Okay, I'm just saying.
So if you're going to be the one to interpret everyone else's words.
I'm just saying. I don't even remember the tweet because you deleted it.
Yeah, because everyone was taking my words out of context.
When that tweet was sent to me, I said the worst part about it in my heart was that Caroline deleted it. You got to learn. When you fire off something like that, you hit the little 3 buttons.
I'm sure that you've learned.
Oh, look, I know when I say something that people aren't going to like. You tweet it. But sometimes it's got to be said. Somebody has to say it. When you say it, you hit tweet. Then you hit the 3 little dots in the corner, and then you hit mute this conversation. And then
Thank you for your social media advice, Chad.
Adam
I really
Vingan
appreciate it.
And Joe Rexroad and all those people can say whatever they want. Doesn't matter. You're not going to hear it. What's next?
Drew in Columbia texts in and says, do the Titans trust Tannehill enough to do some more run-pass option plays or bootlegs? It seems like that might give him the ability to see the field better and take some pressure off of the mediocre offensive line in pass blocking.
So I think people have to understand something about how the NFL works. And that is all these RPOs and bootlegs and everything, like the one he ran the other day, yesterday. I think it was on a 4th down, where, he fakes it to Henry and the whole defense goes one way and then Tannehill goes the other way and picks up the first down. You realize that doesn't work as well without Derrick Henry. Like, I think the fans are having a hard time. Like, they think, like, okay, Henry had 86 yards or 68 yards or whatever yesterday, and we can get 68 yards from old man Adrian Peterson. It's not the same, though, because every play, the defense is changing how they attack you when you don't have Derrick Henry. Ryan Tannehill is the best quarterback in the NFL on play-action passing. It's not the same when it's a play-action pass to Jeremy McNichols as it is when it's a play-action pass to Derrick Henry. So everything about the offense is going to change now. I shouldn't say everything about the offense. Everything about the defense that your offense will see is going to change. And that's the thing. Like, you want to roll Tannehill out on a boot. Like, they're not going to be worried about Jeremy McNichols. So Tannehill boots out, and then there's going to be a DB or a defensive end that just kills him. Like, this is a tough spot to be in. I don't know exactly what Downing's going to do other than give the ball to Jeremy McNichols and Adrian Peterson a lot. Like, they're going to have to give those guys the ball a lot because they cannot drop back and throw it 40 times a game.
But Aaron Donald against Ryan Tannehill scares the crap out of me.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think Darren Donick and Chase said the line was like 8. I think the line should be like 13.
Yeah, I would take the Rams -8 there.
I mean, like, I think the line should be a lot. We'll 615-737-1025. We'll get back to your text, and we'll hit a very quick Headlines with Caroline segment because, quite frankly, really the big headline today is the headline here and the headline that we're discussing, and that is the injury to Derrick Henry. And I don't know. I mean, I felt like a total punch in the gut when I heard that Derrick Henry was hurt. And I'm sure everybody else did too. Be sure to join us for the pregame show, live from the Corner Pub in Brentwood this Sunday night. The pregame show features Mark Howard, former Titans receiver Chris Sanders, and we will be live, yours truly, from 5 to 7 at the Corner Pub in Brentwood, 710 Old Hickory Boulevard, prior to the Titans and the Rams. The pregame show is brought to you by TriStar Moving, Parman Tractor and Equipment, FreedomTireGuys.com, FanDuel, E2 Roofing, Hillside Medical, Social Furniture, and Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. Stillman and Company, it's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. Mostly sunny to partly cloudy this afternoon with a high of 63 degrees. Enjoy it. Highs drop to the mid and lower 50s for the middle portion of the week.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Mucinex DM's bilayer tablet allows for immediate and extended release, relieving both wet and dry coughs and loosening chest congestion for 12 hours. Available at Walmart.
Creating the finest award-winning tequila means starting with the best ingredients. Camarena Tequila is 250 years in the making from Arandas, Jalisco, Mexico. You see, at Camarena, they wait for their 100% blue Weber agave to reach maturity before harvesting each and every plant by hand. This allows them to consistently produce one of the smoothest and best-tasting tequilas in the world. Experience Camarena Tequila today, available at a fine liquor store near you. Camarena Tequila is the official tequila for the Nashville Soccer Club.
Hey everybody, Robbie Stanley here, and the final game of NFL Week 8 is tonight, and FanDuel Sportsbook wants you to get the most out of every play. That's why they're giving everyone a $10 risk-free bet every single week, and all you got to do is bet a same-game parlay bet with 3 legs or more, and if your bet doesn't win, FanDuel will pay you back up to $10. The Chiefs and the Giants in action tonight. I'm expecting a big bounce back from the Chiefs. Give me Kansas City on the money line. Give me Patrick Mahomes on the over for passing yards. And give me Tyreek Hill as well for the over on receiving yards. But you take it any way you want to take it. Offers like this are why I love betting with FanDuel Sportsbook. It's easy to use, safe, and secure. It's America's #1 sportsbook. And you get your winnings in as little as 2 hours. So if you're new to FanDuel Sportsbook, sign up today with promo code ROB to also receive a risk-free bet up to $1,000. Once again, that promo code is ROB. Must be 21 or older and present in Tennessee. Refund issued is not withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. A max refund of $10. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Same game parlay available for multiple sports in all states on mobile and web. Got a gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line at 1-800-889-9789.
Genesis Diamond's biggest and final sale of the year is here this weekend. It's an incredible event with savings of 20, 25, even up to 35% store-wide. Rings, earrings, pendants, bands, bracelets, nothing's held back for this once-a-year 3-day extravaganza. Acclaimed designers are here with expanded collections and extraordinary pricing. Plus, get 0% interest financing. The final store-wide sale of the year with discounts up to 35% this Friday, Saturday, and yes, open Sunday for this great event. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
When Genesis Diamonds has a sale, you know it's the real deal, and it's happening this weekend. Our final store-wide sale of the year with deep discounts up to 35% off. This is the big one. The one where the staff knows they can break all the rules. Plus, the selection is nearly doubled with designers here from LA and New York with their entire collections, all of it on sale. This is the last and best jewelry buying opportunity of the year. Save up to 35%, zero interest financing. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
Robbie Stanley.
That size and that speed just doesn't grow on trees. That could be something that you could really turn into.
Joe Rexrode.
Just hold out and somebody will call in the bad signal.
Get your morning started with Robbie and Rexrode every weekday from 6 to 10. Presented by Volunteer State Bank on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Stillman and Company is on. Delivered by TriStar Moving.
Derek's toughness, everybody knows it. You think, is there any chance that playing the rest of the game after he was first, getting medical attention, could he have made it worse by kind of trying to tough it out?
Well, I think we've always, done what's best for the player. I think that, there's some things that we never want to put a player in jeopardy to not be able to do his job or to make anything worse. So I don't think that that was the case yesterday, and then hopefully we can always avoid any of those situations.
That was Mike Vrabel. The Titans have made it official. They have placed Derrick Henry on injured reserve and have activated center Daniel Munyer from injured reserve.
Your favorite guy.
Roster.
Are you so excited about that?
He was in training camp the worst player on the team, bar none. So, then
well,
again,
I'm happy that he's back for you. I know how much he excites you.
I mean, Tannehill chucked him under the bus in the Tampa Bay practices, and that was something because I am not used to.
In the most Tannehill way possible, though, which it was even a little bit out of character for Tannehill.
It was very passive-aggressive.
Yes.
Which is not usually Tannehill's game. Let's go back to your phones. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. What do we have in our text line?
Michael texts in and says, even though we've signed Adrian Peterson, should we think about possibly trading a 6th-ish round pick for someone like Melvin Gordon? Denver is obviously okay with selling due to them dealing Von Miller earlier today, so that's why they come to mind first. But would anybody of that caliber be worth adding if the deal is right?
Honestly, no.
I think
there's not
getting
any
Adrian
of these
Peterson
backs.
is their way of saying this is our best option.
There's not any running back out there that I have seen on the trade market that I've thought, ooh, I like that. And everybody that I would like to have, like I'll use James Robinson in Jackson, right? Like I'd like to have him, undrafted free agents, rookie contract. They drafted his replacement in the first round. They're not going to trade him to you. Like they're not going to trade him right now, and they're not going to trade him to you. Marlon Mack, I don't know if he's healthy or not. They're not going to trade him to you.
Why would Indy do anything to help the Titans right now?
And they're not going to. So it's like all these guys that are out there, I'm not really all that interested in. I mean, maybe if Mark Ingram was still available, that could have helped the Titans. Problem is, he got traded last week. So that doesn't do a lot of good for you there. I mean, I think that this is going to be the Jeremy McNichols show. I mean, I think that Mike Vrabel today, with his full star-studded endorsement of Jeremy McNichols, and we all know Vrabel, he's not one that gives the endorsement very often. So when he does, I think everybody should kind of perk up a little bit and go, whoa, that's out of character. And that's kind of what he did. That's where they are at running back. I mean, I'm worried about the line. I'm worried about the receivers. I'm worried about the lack of a tight end. I'm worried about all of this right now. McNichols is actually, like, who's better? McNichols as a starting running back or Swain, Ferkser, and Pruitt as starting tight ends? I think that McNichols deserves a chance.
I mean, I guess we'll see.
What's next?
Another texter texts in and says, I think that the Titans can beat the Rams. I think they can do well. Why I say that is because of Mike Vrabel. I have faith he can coach with what he's got, and the players can play with the best of them. Think of all the injuries he's had to overcome.
Do I think they can beat the Rams? No, but I'm willing to entertain that the Titans can beat a good team once.
Yes.
I am not willing to entertain the idea that they could go through the AFC playoffs without Derrick Henry.
I would probably agree with that there. I think that, something's got to give somewhere.
615-737-1025 is our phone number, 615-737-1025. I do want to hit the headlines with Caroline, which we will do. I don't know if I can get any more texts or calls of people that are like, now I think the Rams. I don't think I can do that today. The Rams are a legitimate Super Bowl contender with a great defense and a really high-powered offense, and your quarterback is throwing at least one interception a game to the other team, and you just lost maybe the most valuable player in the NFL. It's hard for me today to turn around and say, hey, I think this team can get past the Rams. I am struggling with that line of talk.
I didn't think that the Titans would, not that they couldn't, but I didn't think that the Titans would beat the Rams even with a healthy Derrick Henry. They're a really good team, and going to LA is a really long road trip.
615-737-1025 is our phone number. Coming up next, the one thing that I think we all have to admit, that we all have to be objective on, and I don't know if we will be or not be, but we'll have that discussion, and we'll do it next. Stillman and Company, in wake of the Derrick Henry news, it is now official. Derrick Henry has been placed on injured reserve, so he's out for the next 3 games. But considering the fact that Stephon Yabel, ESPN's injury analyst, told us earlier today that they won't even know until 6 weeks from now how the healing is going, that probably tells you something as well. Stillman and Company, it is a Reaction Monday presented by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling and by my friends at Focus. That's right, sparkling water with a spark. Drink Focus, P-H-O-C-U-S, drinkfocus.com. Stillman and Company, it's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
The voice of reason.
274 yards, 2 interceptions, 0 touchdowns. You're not going to win a game that way.
The voice of the fan.
I'm tired of let's just give it to a quarterback.
The voice of Nashville sports is your home of Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Trust the roofers with integrity. E2 Roofing is a veteran-owned and operated local Nashville roofer with over 90 5-star Google ratings and an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. While roofing is our business at E2, honor is our code. For roof repair, roof replacement, free inspections, or insurance claim assistance, visit e2roofingnashville.com.
Genesis Diamond's biggest and final sale of the year is here this weekend. It's an incredible event with savings of 20, 25, even up to 35% store-wide. Rings, earrings, pendants, bands, bracelets, nothing's held back for this once-a-year 3-day extravaganza. Acclaimed designers are here with expanded collections and extraordinary pricing. Plus, get 0% interest financing. The final store-wide sale of the year with discounts up to 35% this Friday, Saturday, and yes, open Sunday for this great event. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details. details.
When Genesis Diamonds has a sale, you know it's the real deal, and it's happening this weekend. Our final store-wide sale of the year with deep discounts up to 35% off. This is the big one. The one where the staff knows they can break all the rules. Plus, the selection is nearly doubled with designers here from LA and New York with their entire collections, all of it on sale. This is the last and best jewelry buying opportunity of the year. Save up to 35%, zero interest financing. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
Hey, it's Jared. Your body needs water. That doesn't mean it has to be boring. And I'm here to tell you to give Focus a try. Focus is a sparkling water with a spark. It's infused with a boost of natural tea caffeine, so you get clean energy without sugar, calories, or crash. Go to drinkfocus.com to find the full lineup of flavors and get them delivered right to your door. Enter promo code GAME at checkout for 15% off your first order. Focus is also available at your local Publix. That's Focus, P-H-O-C-U-S, on the web at drinkfocus.com.
Ryan Porth back again to tell you about Dr. Kelly Rice, Family Cosmetic and Dental Sleep Medicine. Earlier this year, Dr. Rice, I was disappointed to have a cavity filling even after brushing my teeth all the time and having regular checkups.
Ryan, cavities are like any other health condition. You don't really know you have one until it gets bad. Recently, I saw a patient for treatment that they had been putting off. Something that could have been simple to fix 6 months ago turned out to need a root canal and a crown. Postponing treatment costs more and takes time away from work.
Well, I can attest to the fact that if I had not been doing regular checkups, I may have had to get a root canal by now. But thanks to your great staff that has been taking care of me for almost 15 years, my teeth are as good as they've ever been.
Well, we do things differently. I want to let people know that if they're afraid of pain or worried about the cost, they are not alone. Don't be embarrassed. We understand. Give us a call at 615-373-4488. That's KellyERice.com.
Dr. Kelly Rice, Family Cosmetic and Dental Sleep Medicine, 615-373-4488.
Nashville's best sports talk, locally owned, home of our Nashville Predators. WPRT FM Pegram, 97.5 Murfreesboro, WBUZ HD2 Laverne, online at thegamenashville.com. We are
ESPN
102.5 The Game. Live from the Game Nashville studios, it's Stillman and Company. Delivered by TriStar Moving. TriStar Movers with 5-star service. With Jared Stillman on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving. ESPN 1025 The Game. We are streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube thanks to the law offices of Amanda Gentry. Reaction Monday, powered by Spring Hill Heating and Cooling and by Focus Sparkling Water with a Spark. Drinkfocus.com, P-H-O-C-U-S. So, this morning, woke up at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, so 6 o'clock.
Good morning.
My dad and I, in Atlanta after Game 5 loss yesterday by the Braves, driving back home, we're listening to Robbie and Rex Road on the app. And we're listening through our drive in Georgia. Corey Curtis is on. Robbie and Joe saying crazy stuff like they always do. And all of a sudden, in the middle of the Corey Curtis interview, Robbie Stanley just goes, we got some breaking news we're going to need to discuss. And I figured, this was going to be something interesting, but I didn't think it was going to be Derrick Henry might be out for the year, according to Adam Schefter. And that's what started everything. But the initial report that people heard was out for the year. And I think everybody's heart sunk. When I heard out for the year, which Schefter said feared out for the year, I thought, this team, and I felt great about the Titans when I woke up at 7 a.m. this morning. I felt great with that win yesterday, the situation they found themselves in, the way the rest of the AFC is playing, the way the rest of the NFL is playing. I felt great. And when I heard that news and I heard out for the year as a possibility, I got nervous. I got real nervous. And objectively speaking, which I try to be on the show, I thought, no shot. Because we've talked this year, winning the division, that's great, but this is about, competing in the AFC and getting to the Super Bowl and maybe winning a Super Bowl. And I thought, no shot when I heard possibly out for the year. Then I heard what the injury was, 5th metatarsal. Then I heard that there is a timeline on this, that it could be an 8-week injury. Then I would remember that Javon Curse had the injury. He was 13 weeks, and he returned. And if Derrick Henry were to do that, it would be the Super Bowl. So I'm like, well, if he's on the Javon Curse timeline, he's probably not going to be able to come back. But I thought maybe there was a chance. Then I listened to Vrabel's press conference because I do think the one thing If they told Vrabel, if the Titan doctors told Vrabel he's out for the year, I don't think Vrabel would have BS'd us today. I think he would have gotten up there and said, Derek's out for the year. We feel confident about our team, etc. He didn't do that. In fact, multiple times, Vrabel brought up the fact that he anticipates Derrick Henry, trying to get back. For example, asked about a timetable today. Here's what Vrabel said.
Is there any chance that he'll be back to see?
I think that there's a chance that anything could happen. There's absolutely a chance. Now, I can't sit here and tell you that that's going to happen. I just know that Derrick Henry and hopefully everybody else that's out is going to do everything that they possibly can to get back as quickly as they possibly can. And then we'll make a decision if that's best for them and best for the team.
He does hold out hope. You can tell in his voice he is hoping Derrick can come back. Doesn't know, but he's hoping.
Well, of course he's hoping for him to come back.
And the reason that he's hoping, and you say of course, is because this team, objectively speaking, and I think I'm pretty objective when it comes to the Titans. Even though I love the Titans, and my dad and my best friend's dad, who was at the World Series too, we were the only people, us and two random people, were in a bar, or at a Dave & Buster's in Marietta yesterday with the big screen with the Titans and Colts, and we were high-fiving and screaming yesterday, I love the Titans, but I'm objective when it comes to them. Objectively, they have no chance to win the Super Bowl without Derrick Henry. You can call in, and it's almost like a college football coaching search. Everybody wants to call in, well, what about this guy for coach? What about that guy for coach? What about that? And if you want to take calls all day on, what about Melvin Gordon? What about this one? What about that one? What about? We can do that. It doesn't matter. They're not Derrick Henry. If Derrick Henry doesn't return this year, the season is over. And I don't think you can be an objective person. I was going to say an objective media, talk show host, columnist, reporter, whatever, and be able to say that this team can compete for the playoffs or into the playoffs and go deep without Derrick Henry. I don't think if you think there's a chance without Derrick Henry they could do this, I don't think you're very objective. But at the same time, I know there's going to be people that sit there and say, it'll be fine. The Titans, hey, they got Julio Jones and they got guys. Derrick Henry is what makes this team. He is the face of the franchise. He is the identity of it, and it is okay. It is okay to look at your team and say, if Derrick Henry doesn't return, the season is over. I am holding out hope that Stefania Bell, ESPN injury analyst, who was on our show earlier today and said that you won't know for 6 weeks how the bone is healing. That in 6 weeks, the bone's healing okay. In 8 weeks, Derrick's back on the field. In 9 weeks, Derrick's getting a handoff in a game, and Derrick's toughing it out and gutting it, and I hope he plays in the playoffs, and I hope. But if he's not in there, I don't think they have much of a chance. I'm not trying to eulogize the Titans. I'm not holding a funeral with this news because I do think he can come back. And I do think there's good news if he does come back that I'll get to in a little bit. But Stephen A. Smith today on First Take, and I know a lot of people don't like Stephen A. Smith, I think Stephen A. puts it pretty bluntly for what the Titans are without Derrick Henry.
I think this season, I think this season's over. I don't mean they're going to miss the playoffs. I want to be very, very clear about that. I think they get into the playoffs by default. They've already got a 2-game lead on Indy. And just looking at Indy's schedule, you've got Buffalo, Tampa Bay, New England, Arizona, and the Raiders on your schedule. That's left on the schedule already? That's what's left on their schedule, Indianapolis' schedule. So my point is, because it's Indy's schedule, obviously I expect Indy to lose a few of those games, and with Tennessee already having a 2-game lead, I think Tennessee gets to the postseason. When I say this season is over, I'm saying this conversation about them being in the Super Bowl conversation, that is done. You are not going anywhere without Derrick Henry. You will squeak into the postseason, and then you will go home because Derrick Henry is the Tennessee Titans.
And we've said that about all the great quarterbacks, that if you don't have that guy that's leading your team, that's probably what's going to happen. That's why the only hope for the season is to get Derrick Henry back. That's where I sit today. I don't think you can be an objective person and analyze the Titans and think that this team can compete for the Super Bowl without Derrick Henry.
I mean, at this point, I'm focused on getting through the season. Focus on keeping a pretty solid seed for the playoffs. Focus on not drawing the worst card, the worst matchup in the first round, because we don't know if Derrick Henry will be back in the mix at that point. Super Bowl seems like an incredibly lofty aspiration, even with Derrick Henry. But without Derrick Henry, I'm not going to say it's close to impossible, but it would be incredibly difficult to do.
I think the Titans were the top contender in the AFC if Derrick Henry was on the team after their win against the Colts. Like, I thought that, hey, like last week there was a lot of talk about Cincinnati.
But I knew that Cincinnati was just kind of like a fleeting trend. Like they have a
totally
big win, and then they can't necessarily handle it.
And I remember, too, like, because at the Dave & Buster's that we were at in Marietta, where we were the only people there, which was so nice. But at that, they had originally the Titans on like a regular size screen, and the Bengals and the Jets were on the screen next. And then the manager came up to us like, "You want to put Titans on the big screen?" We're like, "Yeah." So they put the Titans on the big screen, but we had the Bengals game like right in front of us too. And I told my dad and my best friend's dad, I was like, "Hey, like the thing is about the Bengals is that they've never had anybody tell them they're good, and this is what happens when you have people tell you you're good and you're not ready for it." I really thought that it was kind of right now a two-horse race with maybe the potential of a Baltimore or Raiders, sneaking in there.
But with
Titans and Buffalo.
Yeah.
And that's why I think if you can get him back, you got a shot. If not, I think it's over. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. We'll go to your phones. There is one good thing about this. If you get Derrick back, and I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse, but if you get Derrick back, there is one really good element that I feel kind of comfortable with. We'll get to that coming up next. Stillman & Company's delivered by TriStar Moving on a Reaction Monday. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Let me tell you about Invigorate Health. That's right. A lot of people are feeling old. They're feeling out of shape. They're feeling fat. They're feeling like they're not themselves. And the way you make yourself feel better is by talking to my friends at Invigorate Health. InvigorateHealthTN.com. There is a brand new, kind of like state-of-the-art, FDA-approved weight loss drug. They've got it, semaglutide. What it is it's a shot. It's been used for years. A buddy of mine is a doctor, and he says that he's prescribed it to patients for years, but now it's FDA-approved for weight loss. And what it does is it kind of retrains your brain, and it makes you eat less. I know, crazy. But the big clue or the big deal with it is I read in Men's Health magazine that they're saying, hey, this semaglutide is kind of like, if you have high blood pressure medication. If you have, diabetes, it's diabetes medication. This case, it is obesity medication. They've got it. They've also got hormone replacement therapy. They've got IV therapy. They've got it all. Invigorate Health. InvigorateHealthTN.com. Again, if you're not feeling yourself, if you're feeling like you can't get those pounds off, if you're feeling like you can't get your energy levels back up, just talk to Invigorate Health, InvigorateHealthTN.com. They'll check your levels. They are so cool and easy going over there. I go over there, hang out all the time. They're great people. InvigorateHealthTN.com.
Breaking news. A gut punch of seismic proportions to the Titans, overshadowing a big win at Indy.
Derrick Henry going to have surgery in the morning on his foot.
What does it mean for the rest of the season?
It's tough to know because every individual surgery is different, but the timeline is about 6 to 10 weeks. So there's a pretty good chance they will see their star running back before 2021 is over.
We're reacting all day on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hey Nashville, we think you deserve the very best driving experience, and now is the time for our Season of Change CPO event at Mercedes-Benz of Music City. When you purchase a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you're backed by the remaining new vehicle limited warranty. Once that expires, the certified pre-owned limited warranty goes into effect, providing an additional 12 months of coverage with unlimited miles. See all the perks and exceptional offers for your certified pre-owned vehicle from Mercedes-Benz of Music City, mbofmc.com.
No one outfits golfers better than Edwin Watts Golf Shops. We've been fitting golfers since 1968. Utilizing cutting-edge fitting technology, we'll analyze your swing and our Foresight launch monitors and fit you with the perfect club, pair of shoes, the latest golf apparel, golf balls, bags, and more. So come by today for your complete custom fitting. Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee.
With Fundbox, you can stop waiting and start doing. If your small business needs funds to grow, the time is now. Fundbox offers fast, easy access to small business funding up to $150,000. So hire that new employee, launch that campaign, buy that piece of equipment. Apply in minutes at fundbox.com, and you could get funding as soon as the next business day. Fundbox. Ready, set, grow. Credit line amounts, rates, and terms are based on creditworthiness and subject to change. Additional documentation may be required.
Now is the best time to work at Amazon. They are offering higher sign-on bonuses and more hourly pay. On November 6th, Amazon is hosting a hiring event and will be making job offers on the spot for warehouse associates. Please be sure to bring 2 forms of federal identification to help expedite the application process. Come to the Radisson Hotel Nashville Airport Center Drive on November 6th between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. and you could walk away with a new job. Amazon is proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Blood Assurance, the area's only nonprofit community blood center, announces the opening of their new blood center at 600A Fraser Drive in Cool Springs. Now Williamson County has a new, convenient, comfortable, state-of-the-art blood center for donors to give the gift of life. Blood Assurance centers are the only facilities in Middle Tennessee where all blood donated goes to help many of our area local hospitals. To view the center's hours and to make an appointment, visit bloodassurance.org/schedule. Give life, give blood, give local.
Interact with Stillman and Company. Call or text the show at 615-737-1025. Driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com.
How is Derek and what's his status?
Well, Derek's status is Derek's going to have surgery in the morning. And, we're not going to put a timeline on when he may return. I know that he'll do everything that he can to work himself back, to be able to help this football team. And whenever that is, that's when it'll be. And I know that he'll be around our team as soon as he can. I know that's important to him. I know that'll be important to our team. And we will have to move on. We'll have to move on, unfortunately, without him here in the short term, and not look back.
I mean, did Vrabel show his true colors right there about? Hey, we don't know how long he's going to be out, but he's going to do everything he can to get back, and we hope he gets back, and, we're going to have to move on without him in the short term. But, Vrabel is hoping and praying that Derrick Henry comes back. And this is a guy who always acts like no one guy is that important. I think Vrabel knew that today Derrick was worth talking about at that level and at that level of importance. And I thought didn't have kind of the smug Vrabelness that comes with team's not one guy, let's ask about something else.
I don't think that this news has any business having that kind of reaction from Vrabel. This is big.
Well, I thought about this too because Darren and Chase were talking about this after the press conference, which I was listening to on the station, and Darren was like, I think this might have been one of the best press conferences Vrabel had, and I was thinking to myself, I'm like, you know what? Mike knew that everybody in the country was listening to that press conference. Everybody was listening to what he had to say today about Derrick, and that's why he cut out the bull crap, because he knew that, hey, I got to, this is
national
a serious
news.
deal. I need to make sure this is handled seriously. I am going to say this, though. If you get Derrick back, which is what they are hoping and praying for, what I am hoping and praying for, and what you all should be hoping and praying for, if they get Derrick back this season, I would worry about a readjustment period, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a figuring out, okay, let's see, can he come back? Can he this? Can he that? Derrick had 150 yards in the second game of the season. And he didn't have much of a preseason because they didn't play him. And they didn't really practice him. And so he was out there. So there would be a little bit of an adjustment period, I would assume. But I kind of feel like if you can get Derrick back for that Dolphins game, so you go Dolphins, Texans, and into the playoffs, I think Derrick will be Derrick. And even if Derrick is hurt, I think Derrick will tough it out and that Derrick will play past that hurt. So if you do get him back, I feel like unless there's, another catastrophic injury, knock on wood.
Knock on all the wood.
You go right back to where you are right now, which is, I think you're better than a lot of these other teams. Now, these other teams are probably going to get a little bit better, and who knows who's going to be red hot in December and in January. But I do think if you can get him back, objectively speaking, I think you got a chance. If you don't get him back, objectively, I don't think you have much of a chance.
It'd be incredibly difficult. But I think also ending the season with Dolphins and Texans, if Derrick Henry is able to come back and is healthy enough to play for those games, that gives the Titans and Derrick Henry the freedom to, let's go out there for a few plays, let's take him off, let's sit him at the half, let's put him in there, very conservatively, because the Titans should win both of those games without Derrick Henry, but it would give him the ability to ease back into playing and be ready for the playoffs.
Okay, so we used December 14th as kind of the 2-week period, right?
6 weeks.
6 weeks, that's right. 2 weeks. 6-week period. Let's give it
That's when we will
more.
know where he's at in his recovery.
Let's give it 3 more, right?
Okay.
That would be the 11th, I believe, of next year.
Yes, January 11th.
I believe that would be the first round of the playoffs. Like that week would be the first round of the playoffs. Is that a best case scenario?
I think best case scenario is you get him back before the end of the season.
So 7 to 8 weeks.
Yes. But that is like, if Stefani is saying after 6 weeks we'll get a good read on just how his recovery is going, saying that he'll be back and playing on week 7 might be a little bit like asking for too much. Here, the Titans also have to walk a very, very tight line of, we want to bring him back and make sure that he's ready for the playoffs, but we also do not want to rush a recovery and then risk losing him even more, and definitely risk not having him for the playoffs.
I'm willing to risk the recovery.
So Britt come back in, let's say, 8 weeks.
So this is pushing chips all in, going for it year, right?
Yeah, then I guess you kind of have to. And you got to push all your chips in.
And so if it's like, hey, if he goes back out there, and he would have to have, because the way Stephania Bell made it sound was, if he re-injures it, then he has to have a bigger surgery that would be bone grafting something with the foot, and then he'd be out for 6 months. Well, if I'm eliminated, go ahead and have the bone graft surgery, get yourself right, we'll see you at training camp. So if that's what the negative result of pushing it back too soon is, I think I'm okay with that. And honestly, I think Derek's okay with that. The situation you're going to find yourself in, which is as probably the 3rd or the 4th seed in the AFC, but you will be the 3rd or the 4th seed in the AFC because you will win the division, with a team that I think is capable of winning the Super Bowl simply because you have competent quarterback play, you've got a great running game when he's in there, a great running game, and now you've got a pass rush. So I think those things allow you to be able to go win this. What kills me is that right now it feels like this is the best the Titans have played all year. Even though I don't think they played a great game Sunday, I think it's the best. You're putting.
But they didn't play a great game, and then they still won on the road
and
against a divisional
Brett Kern
rival.
putting the ball at the 3-yard line, and it sets up a touchdown on defense, and all these things. But I do think that if you get him back, I'm willing to risk it because I don't know how many times you're going to just walk right to the playoffs. Like they're going to walk to the playoffs, I believe, in the back half of the schedule without him.
I mean, it's November 1st, and like you said, 90% locked up in the AFC South.
The division's 90% done.
Yeah.
And Indy knows it, too. That's the thing. Indy knows it. It's one thing for you to know it, or it's one thing for us to think it, or us to, say whatever, because we can say whatever we want out of our rear ends, and it doesn't matter. It's different when they know it and they say it like they did yesterday. Let's go to your phones. Phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHonda.com, 615-737-1025. Tom, kick us off. Thank you for calling. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, Jared. My question is this. I want to get your take on this. What about running back by committee? You mentioned Jeremy McNichols. We've got Mekhi Sargent, who showed some promise in preseason. Yes, it's preseason, but still. And then maybe bringing back somebody who's familiar with the Titans, a bigger back, someone who also contributed on special teams, who is currently a free agent living in Phoenix, Arizona, staying in shape, waiting for a call. That name, David Fluellen.
I think Vrabel loved David Fluellen. Thank you, Tom. If he's not going to call David Fluellen now, he's never going to call David Fluellen. So I think David Fluellen's career is probably over. But it was nice when Matt LaFleur and Mike Vrabel put him ahead of Derrick Henry on the depth chart, which did happen.
Well,
I'm surprised.
That's always,
I'm surprised nobody's called Deion Lewis up and said, hey, Deion. I mean, Vrabel and LaFleur loved him so much that one year that they played him over Derrick Henry for the first 12 games.
I think they learned their lesson there.
Oh, I hope they learn their lesson there because Deion Lewis sucks. What do we have in the text line?
One texter texts in and says, I'm hoping by the Miami game, Derrick Henry can make his return and get 10 carries. Imagine a rested, healthy Derrick Henry in January. And I think that was kind of the point that you were playing into. Was a rested Derrick Henry is, I mean, any Derrick Henry is a big threat, but a rested Derrick Henry is incredibly dangerous.
I think a rested Derrick Henry could get you to the Super Bowl. You know, now, here's the thing about the Super Bowl is things have to break right your way almost every time anyways, unless you're Brady. Brady's the difference. Everybody else has to get this team that was a bad matchup got picked off the week before you played them, and then, you get the, one-handed catch in the back of the end zone, or, the refs make this holding call at the right time, and, everybody's got to get some good luck somewhere. You get arrested, Derrick Henry, you get a couple things to break right your way, I do think that you can get to the Super Bowl. And then once you get to the Super Bowl, you only got to win one game. So while I think all these teams in the NFC, Cowboys, Cardinals, Packers, I think all those teams are better than the Titans. I think in one game, you could beat those kind of teams, just like you beat the Bills. Look.
But
I think the month of December is going to be Derek Watch, where we are literally going to be talking every day about, what did they say about Derek here? What did they say about, so-and-so reports that Derek did this and so-and-so reports that Derek didn't do that. And I do think that that's going to be what December is like for us.
Well, because, it's the heartbeat of this team.
Here's the other thing that the Titans are going to need. And I have referenced the Javon Curse injury a bunch. And I told you, somebody who was in the know, who has a lot of respect for Javon, said that they don't believe that Javon had Derek's level of toughness. And I'm okay with that.
But I would say it would be incredibly difficult for anyone to have a Derrick Henry level of toughness.
That's my point. I think it's like Kobe level.
Like that's okay.
Where Kobe wanted to tape up his torn Achilles and play.
Oh,
and
my
it's like,
gosh.
Kobe, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Well, Kobe hit 2 free throws, went back, and they're like, you're done.
You cannot do that anymore.
But there was a player by the name of Carlos Hall. And nobody, unless you are like a just to the bone Titan, through and through fan or covered the team. Carlos Hall, you would not even remember this guy's name. Carlos Hall played 33 games in his NFL career. In 2002, Carlos Hall was taken in the 7th round, 240th overall by the Titans. He started 13 games that year because Javon Curse broke his foot.
Mm-hmm.
Carlos Hall had 8 sacks in relief of Javon Curse. So Javon had 10 in 2001. Javon had 2 after he came back in 2002. Carlos Hall had 8. The rest of Carlos Hall's career, which again, he only played 33 games, Carlos Hall had 3 sacks the next year for the Titans, 2.5 the next year, and 1 in 2005 in Kansas City and was out of the league. So he had, outside of his 8, that he had that 1 year with the Titans, he had 6.5 sacks the rest of his career. So for that 13-game period that Javon Curse was hurt, he played out of his mind. You're going to need that out of somebody.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's McNichols. I don't know if it's old man Adrian Peterson. I don't know. Joe Rexrode has just a Mekhi Sargent just bulging, when it comes to his love in his heart. And maybe it's him.
Nice way of putting it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And maybe it's Sargent. I don't know. But you need that Carlos Hall type thing. Look, you're not going to replace Derrick Henry. But that's the best step along those lines. 615-737-1025, Stillman & Company, delivered by TriStar Moving. Coming up next, injury expert Stephania Bell. Today, couple things she said. We'll point those out. We'll hit the headlines with Caroline. We'll do all that next. Stillman & Company, it's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Hey, I'm Ryan Johansson, and this is Smashville.
It's off to the side for Johansson, and he scores! And the Predators are on the board.
You're listening to the flagship of the Nashville Predators radio network. ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Celebrate Thanksgiving with Social Furniture and save up to 70% off all furniture. They have sofas, sectionals with chase lounge, and recliners that are all push-button electric and wall away. They have all colors to choose from for your comfort watching any hockey game. All of them are Plus Leather, Microfiber, and Chanel's. They have same-day delivery with no down payments and no interest. Forget the big box store. Support local. Support social. Social Furniture is a proud supporter of your Nashville Predators.
Genesis Diamond's biggest and final sale of the year is here this weekend. It's an incredible event with savings of 20, 25, even up to 35% store-wide. Rings, earrings, pendants, bands, bracelets, nothing's held back for this once-a-year, 3-day extravaganza. Acclaimed designers are here with expanded collections and extraordinary pricing. Plus, get 0% interest financing. The final store-wide sale of the year with discounts up to 35% this Friday, Saturday, and yes, open Sunday for this great event. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
When Genesis Diamonds has a sale, you know it's the real deal, and it's happening this weekend. Our final store-wide sale of the year with deep discounts up to 35% off. This is the big one. The one where the staff knows they can break all the rules. Plus, the selection is nearly doubled with designers here from LA and New York with their entire collections, all of it on sale. This is the last and best jewelry buying opportunity of the year. Save up to 35%, zero interest financing. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
312 Pizza Company is Nashville's authentic Chicago pizzeria, and they're now hiring. Work for a family-owned business and be a part of their incredible team. 312 Pizza Company is hiring for all positions, including host, waitstaff, bartenders, cooks, and more. 312 Pizza Company offers health insurance and paid time off to full-time employees. Contact Kimberly at 615-730-7888 or email at contact@312pizzaco.com. 312 is an equal opportunity employer.
It's football season, and Spring Hill Heating and Cooling is here to serve you. If your AC or heater is old and inefficient, you can replace it with up to 60 months no monthly interest financing for qualified buyers. That's right, 60 months no monthly interest financing for qualified buyers. One of the many ways you can save at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling. They offer 6 months no interest financing available on repairs. Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, offering premium service without the premium price. Visit springhillac.com or call them at 615-778-8855.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So your headlights are getting dim? With the seasons changing, now's a great time to change them. Upgrading your headlights can ensure you'll be safe and ready to handle darkness and fog. Oh, and we recommend replacing in pairs. That way you won't have uneven lighting over time. You can get all of your lighting needs fast with our next day delivery and free same-day store pickup. Getting the job done just got easier.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions and details at AutoZone.com.
Here they come, turn 4.
Hey, it's Chase McCabe. Every Saturday morning at 9, we hit the big topics. The Ally 400, Kyle Busch, frustrated, Big Machine Music City Grand Prix, and talk to the big names.
I'll go ahead and blame you.
Oh, I think it's big.
Could go a lot of different directions right now.
I was so impressed.
How cool that's going to be.
It's Chasing Checkers, Saturday morning at 9 on ESPN 102.5 The Game and wherever you get your podcast.
Hey Nashville, I'm Gary Smith, head coach of Nashville SC. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Stillman and Company. Hey, by the way, the World Series, that's right, we've got it on ESPN 102.5 The Game and at 94.9. Game 6 tomorrow night. Gosh, I hope it's the last one. I really thought when it was 4-0 last night and the place was literally rocking that this was going to be the kind of the end of the World Series, and I was going to get to see the championship, but apparently I'm not. So I'm just going to have to root as hard as I can. Brought to you by 312 Pizza Company. Again, Game 6 will be on ESPN 94.9. First pitch at 7:09. 312 Pizza Company in Germantown is home to the best pizza in Nashville. Head to 312 Pizza Company to grab a bite, a beer, and watch some November baseball. Stephania Bell, ESPN's injury analyst, was on our show today discussing Derrick Henry, the number one ESPN injury analyst.
She's awesome.
And she was on our show today, had to do our show, had to come on in Nashville after the Derrick Henry injury. And I asked how long until we will know something about Derrick Henry. Here's what she said.
Well, if you look at just fracture healing, it takes approximately 6 weeks for a bone to show good healing. The challenge with the area of the fracture that Derrick Henry has, anywhere in that fifth metatarsal, and there are several different types of fifth metatarsal fractures, but it can look good on some imaging, but you can't see really at the cellular level of the bone. So there is some risk of re-injury that no matter what you look at in advance, you still can't account for all the risk. But until you see good evidence of bone healing, you're not making any kind of decision about a return. So I would think you're going to be at least past six to 8 weeks before you're even starting to have that conversation.
6 to 8 weeks before having the conversation.
Yeah, because I think that Stefani was a little bit reluctant to say 6 to 8 weeks because I think people may take that and run with it. But it's 6 to 8 weeks until you can start to evaluate.
That puts you at what? Like the 8 weeks puts you at the second to last week of the season?
8 weeks puts you at December 28th.
So that'll put you at you'll have 2 games left.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have the Dolphins and
Texans.
Before you can even start having the discussion.
Yes. But it could be 8 weeks and then they have the discussion and they say he's good. But it also could be that it's 8 weeks and they say he needs more time.
What about Derrick Henry's size? 250-pound running back. Will that have an impact on his ability to heal?
Oh, absolutely. In the sense that what he is asking his body to do and the impact cannot be overlooked. I mean, it's his foot, so it absorbs all that impact. And he's a sizable guy, and he's powerful. And those are factors, and you can't ignore that. And I think that's why the conversation is more nuanced than just, hey, how's it feeling? How's it look? Okay, go. It comes down to the conditioning that he has, what he's able to do training-wise, how they feel like they can work him back when he comes back. I mean, like I said, there's so many layers to the conversation that's what makes it really hard to project right now. And so you got to look at this in phases. And the first part is just get the surgery done, monitor the healing, make sure you're not overdoing it in the early phase, but you can work on aerobic conditioning and things that are away from the foot, upper body strengthening, all of that. And then the second phase is when you start to look at the healing of the bone. And it's not necessarily one follow-up image. They'll often do serial imaging. They're going by what the patient's reporting about how he's feeling. And as they're increasing their activity, what do they tolerate? What things are they still experiencing when they increase the load through the foot? All of that will come into the conversation and help make the determination of whether returning is an option.
So there you go, saying, hey, look, it's complicated. And I think we all hate that, right? Like, I want the answer now. How long's Derrick out? When's Derrick coming back? Is Derrick going to be fine to return? Are they going to have Derrick for the playoffs? And Stefania Bell is explaining to you that they don't know and explaining why they don't know, which I kind of hate.
And that is the one downfall of Derrick Henry's size, because it works for him in just about every single caveat of his job except here. Whenever he is at 240 pounds and just an absolute mammoth, that when he's injured, and I don't know if you know this, but feet are pretty important for running backs. That's just kind of the price that you have to pay for being so physically gifted. That puts a lot of pressure on your joints, on your bones, on your muscles.
What bothers me is everybody being like, oh, yeah, the fifth metatarsal, that's not that big of a deal. That's fine. My old co-host did not like fifth metatarsals now.
But also, someone tweeted at me today, like, oh, it's a fifth metatarsal. This is what we can expect. Don't say fifth metatarsal like it means anything to me. I'm not a doctor. Unless you are a doctor, don't say fifth metatarsal to me. Like, you know what it means.
I just know that Floyd was like a football doctor because that was kind
of
his job.
Well, a football doctor
and he did not like. I mean, he didn't like any injury. But
I don't want fifth metatarsals to be thrown around here like everyone is some sort of doctor.
Time now for headlines with Caroline.
We're spanning the sports world. It's Headlines with Caroline on Stillman and Company, right here on Nashville's best sports talk,
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Headlines with Dr. Caroline are presented by Fiero Tequila, the spiciest infused tequila on the market. The world belongs to the brave.
Never called myself a doctor. But yesterday was a fun little day for some backup quarterbacks. Cooper Rush proved that he could be a solid backup option for the Cowboys, led them to their 6th straight win.
Cooper Rush proved that he could win one game against the Vikings.
Well, he did it. He did it.
That's what he proved.
See, he didn't. So Dak Prescott did not take any team snaps in practice this past week. He was resting a calf muscle injury. So Cooper Rush came in on Sunday, just 2 career yards, 1 of 3 in passing. Had not thrown a pass since 2017 in an NFL game. A year ago, Cooper Rush didn't even make the Cowboys roster, but secured the win yesterday. Completed 24 of 40 passes, 325 yards, 2 touchdowns, a nice little 5-yard pass to Amari Cooper to kind of secure the win for them. But his first touchdown pass, 73-yard touchdown to Cedric Wilson in the 3rd quarter, the longest touchdown thrown by a Cowboys quarterback in his first start since Roger Staubach in 1969.
I think he's the next great one.
You think?
Yeah.
I think that's what Jeremy McNichols is going to be. Well, come in, set records.
Staubach to Danny White. Then they had some lean years in there.
Mm-hmm.
To Aikman. To Romo. To Dak. To Cooper Rush. And I'm sure I left
pretty
somebody
great
out.
lineage.
I feel like there's
there.
one.
There's one between Romo and Dak.
No, there's no one between Romo and Dak. I left out. Who did I leave out? I left out. Was it Don Meredith? I think it might have been Don Meredith. I can't remember. I'm not that. I don't know all my Cowboy history. What's next?
But also, big day for Trevor Siemian, but under bad circumstances.
Former Titan.
Jameis Winston left the game with what Sean Payton called a significant knee injury. Devin White, Bucs linebacker, horse collar tackled Jameis Winston. His leg got pinned up underneath him as he hit the ground. It was kind of a bad hit on Devin White's part. But medical personnel came out to Jameis Winston. He was carted off the field, but Trevor Siemian came in, completed 16 of 29 passes for 159 yards, and secured a huge Saints win against Brady and the Bucs.
So I didn't see that game because I was en route to the World Series, but I heard it was wild.
It was a wild game.
So maybe there's good hope for the Titans.
Wild. Good juju from all of the backups that went in so far this year. So far this week. A little bit of sad news, though. Falcons wide receiver Calvin Ridley announced yesterday that he's going to step away from football to focus on his mental health.
Poor Arthur. I'll tell you, Arthur goes down there, and I was down there this weekend, and, they're not bad. I mean, they're 3-4, but it's like everything bad that can happen to Arthur has happened to Arthur. Now, I hope Calvin Ridley's going to be okay, but, Arthur inherits a mess, and it's like the mess gets worse and worse every week that Arthur's there, and he's trying his best. They're winning some games.
Yeah.
And I was talking to my dad about this because they were, we were watching the news in Atlanta, and it was all about the Braves, but then it was like, tomorrow the Falcons play at the Mercedes-Benz.
It's like, oh, yeah, we have one of those teams.
And I was like, poor Arthur. And my dad said, he'll get it figured out. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. Arthur's going to do well. But, boy, he's in a tough situation in Atlanta.
Yeah. A tough situation. But Calvin really posted on social media, said these past few weeks have been very challenging. As much as I'd like to be on the field competing with my teammates, I need to step away from football at this time and focus on my mental well-being. So, wishing the best for Calvin Ridley.
Best of luck to him. What else we got?
Also, Gary Patterson, a little bit of college news. Gary Patterson is out at TCU after over 20 years with the program. So he met with their athletic director, met with Gary Patterson on Sunday, asked Gary Patterson to finish the season. Gary Patterson said no. So he will be replaced by Jerry Kill, who was an assistant on the staff on an interim basis.
I think didn't he have epilepsy at Minnesota or something like that, Jerry Kill, when he was the coach?
Oh, I don't know.
I think he almost died or something.
Oh, my gosh. Well, that's really scary.
I can't remember.
Well, now he's the interim head coach of the TCU Horned Frogs, so life comes at you fast. But TCU so far this year, they're 3-5 overall this year, 1-4 in the Big 12.
I mean, I thought Patterson was one of those.
I feel like when you've been there for that long, I mean, I feel like there had to be something else going on in there. Like they saw the direction of the program going in a really bad direction. I don't know. But Gary Patterson out at TCU after over 20 years.
That is wild. Those are headlines with Caroline, presented by Firo Tequila. The spiciest infused tequila on the market. The world belongs to the brave. We'll get back in perhaps to some of your texts. We got a Monday Night Football game today. Woof, Chiefs and Giants.
Yeah, I don't even know who looked at this game at the beginning of the season and said, "Yeah, that's
a good Monday night game."
Because Chiefs, I can see. Giants, really?
Well, I tell you, I don't know if I'm going to be up to watching tonight after the Derrick Henry news.
You're going to watch it.
That is a gut punch.
Well, at least there's a Manning cast tonight. That's a glass half full.
So basically, they
way
do
of
every game
looking
that's
at
not
it.
the Titans game.
That's what it feels like, yeah. Mhm.
Gotcha.
But that would have been the best game. That was such a fun Monday night game. That would have been the best game to have them call it.
I'm kind of glad they didn't, just from my standpoint, because then I went to the game on Monday night, but I feel like I would have had to watch what everybody said, to break down, like, oh, did you hear what?
That's probably why they
Michael Jordan joined the Manning cast. Did you hear what Michael Jordan said about Tannehill? We'll break that down next.
That's probably why they didn't, though. They said Jared would have a much more difficult job if we did do this Manning cast, so we're going to not on behalf of Jared Stillman. So that's nice of the Manning brothers to do that for
That
you.
is very, very kind of them. Caroline's is coming up next. Let me tell you about my Boll & Branch sheets. That's right. We are getting to the gift-giving time of the year. Some people celebrate Christmas. I don't. I celebrate Hanukkah, but that means gifts, and more gifts for your family. We spend 1/3 of our lives in bed, so pure organic cotton sheets from my friends at Boll & Branch make a truly special gift. They make the highest quality sheets by doing things the right way and not the easy way. Now, I'm a big-time gift giver. Why? I don't know. In fact, I should probably give less gifts out. But this year, I think I'm going to be having to give out some Boll & Branch sheets because the gift everybody wants is a better night's sleep, and you can do it with my friends at Boll & Branch. I absolutely love my Boll & Branch sheets, and they were essentially gifted to me because Boll & Branch sent them to me and said, hey, try these out. See if you would be comfortable about telling people about how great Boll & Branch is. And now whenever I sleep, like in the hotel in Atlanta, it was nothing like when I get to sleep in my Boll & Branch sheets. I absolutely love those Boll & Branch sheets. Husband and wife team Scott and Missy Tannen founded Boll & Branch to create a new standard in bedding by doing things the right way and, again, not the easy way. So if you are getting gifts, sheets from Boll & Branch, that's the way to go. And I'm giving you a little bit of a discount here. That's right. Treat yourself and your loved ones to the new standard in bedding from Boll & Branch. Their gifts come wrapped and ready in their special holiday packaging. Order by December 19th for guaranteed delivery by Christmas. Get 20% off your first set of sheets with the promo code JARED, Jared, at bollandbranch.com. That's bollandbranch.com, promo code JARED. See site for details. Exclusions may apply. Boll & Branch, my sheets.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
Clouds increasing going into the evening hours tonight and will result in a stray shower or two as temperatures drop back to the low 40s. Feeling a bit cooler Tuesday. Highs in the mid-50s for the afternoon. I'm Fox 17 Chief Meteorologist Katie Morgan.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving golfers since 1968.
Saturday means college football. Turn heads at the tailgate by showing up with plenty of frosty, refreshing Dos Equis. With its Pilsner style and smooth, clean finish, you won't want to put Dos Equis down. Good thing you have another hand for high fives and fist bumps. Look for the Dos Equis display wherever you load up for tailgating. Dos Equis, a proud sponsor of college football. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2021, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Got chronic joint pain? Not having success with steroids, but trying to avoid surgery? Well, thankfully, there's a better way. And now it's available here from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. Hey, Willie Donick here. I'm talking about new therapies. Advanced, all-natural, regenerative treatments that can not only just give you relief, but can also restore and repair damaged tissue, so you can have lasting relief. If you've got joint pain due to arthritis, knee pain, hip pain, shoulder pain, don't just think the old ways of dealing with pain are the only ways. You need to learn more about these new biologic therapy solutions. Call now for a free consultation. QC Kinetics, 615-249-4024. These remarkable new treatments increase mobility, decrease pain, and help restore tissue. They actually encourage your body to heal itself. Call now and learn more about these restorative, regenerative, and revolutionary alternatives. Don't wait. Call today. QC Kinetics, 615-249-4024. That's 615-249-4024.
Bank of England Mortgage has been helping Americans live the dream of home ownership for over 100 years. Since their humble beginnings in England, Arkansas in 1898, they've grown into a nationwide mortgage lender with 141 offices across 45 states, including 3 convenient locations right here in Middle Tennessee. Find out more at BOE1214.com. Bank of England Mortgage is a division of Bank of England Mortgage. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, NMLS 418-481.
Want to have the most delicious Thanksgiving meal ever and not deal with the cleanup? Kitchen Notes in the Omni Nashville Hotel will have a family-style meal with a menu that makes your mouth water just thinking about it. Herb butter roasted Joyce Farms turkey breast with gravy, or sorghum glazed ham, smashed Yukon Gold potatoes, biscuits and sage dressing waffles, green bean casserole, and southern corn pudding. Make your Thanksgiving easy this year at Kitchen Notes in the Omni. Go to OpenTable.com and make your reservations now.
Darren McFarland. That should get you in the mood for a game tonight. Willie Donick.
I think between 5.5 and 6 is probably in the ballpark.
Chase McCabe.
Typically, I like to take the most difficult task and do it first.
Darren, Donick, and Chase have you covered weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Curacion CBD on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
This is Stillman and Company. Delivered by TriStar Moving.
Today was not a show that I wanted to host. I woke up this morning feeling so good about the Titans. I woke up feeling so good about the season. I woke up feeling so good about the game and the win over the Colts. And now I'm just kind of sad.
Now we just can't get nice things. That's kind of what I've learned.
Derrick Henry out indefinitely. Adam Schefter really shouldn't have scared all those people by saying out for the season. He said feared to be the season.
But I feel like he knows better than that, say any sort of timeline, because that's going to be taken out of context.
Brad Rogers will be the official for Sunday's game on Sunday Night Football. Al Michaels, Chris Collinsworth, Michelle Tafoya, and Terry McCauley will be on the call on NBC. I couldn't pick Brad Rogers out of a lineup. I don't know about you guys.
He's great.
Like, it is my job, so maybe I'll figure it out one way or another. I'm going to have a hard time getting up for this Rams game this week.
A hard time getting up for it?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're going to kill the
Because you
Titans.
know that it's just going to be kind of a...
No Derrick Henry?
Yeah. I mean, I going into this season, I thought that this was going to be a loss, especially what we've seen from the Rams over the past few weeks. I mean, they are a legitimate NFC contender. And with no Derrick Henry.
Now, look, I'll probably be able to talk myself into it. Like, I say this
You
today,
always do.
But I feel like I'm going to have a hard time talking myself into it for whatever it is worth. We got a Monday night game tonight between Kansas City and the Giants. So let's get to Caroline's.
Get in on the action. Put the money on the mahogany. What's on tap on the sports books? It's time to break it all down with Caroline's. Here on Stillman and Company.
On ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Caroline's is brought to you by BetUS, America's favorite sportsbook for over 25 years. You can sign up at BetUS.com, mention promo code GAME, and get a sign-up bonus on your first deposit. We've got a Monday night game tonight, Giants at Chiefs. The spread here is 10.5, which is a massive spread.
Chiefs.
I know that the Giants suck. I know that
Chiefs.
Saquon is out. I might take New York plus 10.5.
You are not that crazy.
I mean, is that crazy?
Yes.
Why?
Because the Giants are one of the truly awful teams in the NFL. Right?
I mean, the Chiefs haven't looked like any sort of Super Bowl contender.
But the Giants are one of the truly awful teams. Like, when we think awful in the NFL, Houston.
Yeah.
Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Giants. Washington.
Yes.
Detroit.
Okay.
Like, when the Kansas City Chiefs, even though the Titans clearly knocked their socks off last weekend, and Kansas City is not a good team. They are not that kind of bad. And Kansas City has had that bad taste in their mouth now for 8 days. I think they are going to be taking it out on the Giants.
I agree with you.
You give me a reason why this game's going to be close.
I mean, it's just 10.5 is a very wide spread.
Right, it's the NFL.
I know, yes.
And the NFL normally does not have double-digit spreads.
No. I saw the Giants beat the Saints. They're not a good team. I do not believe in Daniel Jones. Saquon is hurt. I would say that is the only saving grace that this team has on their offense right now. But for some reason, I just think it could be a 10-point game. 10.5.
Fine, take the Giants. I'll take the Chiefs.
I'm going to take the Giants. Plus 10.5. The Chiefs are going to win this game.
Give me Travis Kelce anytime touchdown score.
Minus 135.
Seems pretty simple.
Patrick Mahomes plus 220. Not bad. Not bad odds there. Sterling Shepard plus 250. Mecole Hardman for the same odds. Darius Slayton plus 250. Daniel Jones plus 260. Kadarius Toney plus 280, who is currently listed as questionable. But
Shepard and Toney are both in, just as an FYI.
Oh, okay. They are both in. So I'm going to take Patrick Mahomes plus 220. I feel like that's a given, and it's pretty solid odds.
Tell us about BetUS.
Carolines is brought to you by BetUS, America's favorite sportsbook for over 25 years. You can sign up at BetUS.com, mention GAME, and get a sign-up bonus on your first deposit.
So this would have been a much bigger deal had there not been the Derrick Henry news that had dominated our entire show. Preds Insiders follows us next. Terry Crisp announcing his retirement on Saturday. Now it'll be effective at the end of the season. Let me state for the record, I am so against this. Like, why did nobody consult me?
I'm sorry that
Crispy
did not consult you before making his retirement decision.
Out Saturday.
He should have kept you in mind. That's
I
selfish
was
of him.
so bummed out when I heard the news that Crispy was retiring at the end of the year. So I put out on Instagram, how I feel about Crispy. I think Crispy's one of the nicest guys, one of the best guys, one of the most, popular and just educational and informative. And I think he's been great for the city. I think he's great for the game. I think that hockey loses more in him than he will lose in hockey, and that's saying something because he's dedicated his whole life to it. Crispy's meant a lot to me, and I look forward to celebrating him the entire season as we celebrate his retirement. Preds Insiders is next. Best of luck to Crispy and his family, and we'll be talking to him on Thursday. That's it for us. Hopefully Derrick Henry has a good surgery tomorrow, and we'll see you too.
2022, and season tickets are on sale now. With just 150 feet between the pitch and the last row, you'll be right there in the action no matter where you sit. If you thought soccer in Nashville was a party already, you ain't seen nothing yet. So come on in, grab a seat, and stay a while as we open a new era of Nashville sports. For more information on season tickets at the new Nashville SC Stadium, visit NashvilleSC.com/22ticks.
Genesis Diamond's biggest and final sale of the year is here this weekend. It's an incredible event with savings of 20, 25, even up to 35% store-wide. Rings, earrings, pendants, bands, bracelets, nothing's held back for this once-a-year, 3-day extravaganza. Acclaimed designers are here with expanded collections and extraordinary pricing. Plus, get 0% interest financing. The final store-wide sale of the year with discounts up to 35% this Friday, Saturday, and yes, open Sunday for this great event. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
When Genesis Diamonds has a sale, you know it's the real deal, and it's happening this weekend. Our final store-wide sale of the year with deep discounts up to 35% off. This is the big one. The one where the staff knows they can break all the rules. Plus, the selection is nearly doubled with designers here from LA and New York with their entire collections, all of it on sale. This is the last and best jewelry buying opportunity of the year. Save up to 35%, zero interest financing. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday only at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
Signs First is the official sign company for 102.5 The Game. Go to sfnash.com.
Listen to every pitch of the 2021 MLB World Series on ESPN 102.5 The Game and ESPN 94.9. Brought to you by 312 Pizza Company in Germantown. Head to thegamenashville.com for up-to-date World Series game times or the Game Nashville app.
I'm Brenda Connor, identity theft victim.
No, I'm Brenda Connor.
Too bad it's hard to tell which Brenda is real.
That's what you think. I've got LifeLock to monitor my info and alert me to potential identity threats. And if I become a victim, they help fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock can help protect what's mine. How about that, Brenda? Thought so.
Join LifeLock by Norton and save up to 25% off your first year at LifeLock.com with promo code NEWS.
Nashville's best sports talk, locally owned, home of our Nashville Predators. WPRT-FM Pegram, 97.5 Murfreesboro, WBUZ HD2 Laverne, online at thegamenashville.com. We are
ESPN
102.5 The Game. From the Wholesale Link Studios, powered by RumbleOn.com. Now, it's time to go deep for the exclusive info you need on the hockey team you love. This is Preds Insiders with your host, Ryan Porth.
Brought to you by Dr. Kelly Rice.
On your flagship home of the Predators Radio Network, Smashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game.
Welcome into this Monday edition of Preds Insiders, ESPN 102.5 The Game Nashville app. Ryan Porth here with you. We've got a jam-packed hour of Preds talk here for you. Adam Finken of The Athletic going to join me here momentarily. Later on in the hour, Greg Wyshynski of ESPN will be joining me as well to go around the NHL, talk about the just disgusting Blackhawks situation that has gone down here in the last week. Joel Quenneville as well, and go around the National Hockey League from a national perspective. So looking forward to Greg Wyshynski joining us here later on this hour. But Adam is standing by. Adam Finken of The Athletic covers the Predators at a high level for The Athletic. Adam, how we doing on this Monday evening?
Good, Ryan. How are you?
Doing just fine. I was doing a lot better when I woke up this morning than I have been the rest of the day because of the Derrick Henry news. But, things happen in sports, and, the city will hopefully get over it sooner rather than later. But Saturday afternoon, Adam, the Nashville Predators hosted the New York Islanders. A rare matinee in October. The building was buzzing Saturday, felt almost like a playoff game in there, especially compared to some of the environments we've seen early this season. And the Predators grind out a 3-2 win over the New York Islanders in a shootout. They come from behind a couple of different times, Tanner Jeannot with a pair of goals, but a big win for the Predators on Saturday to get back to 500 at 4-4.
It was an impressive week for the Predators. They lost 4 of their first 5 games, and listening to the players and listening to John Hines, all of them said that they deserved better, that their record was not a representation, an accurate representation, I should say, of their overall play. And you saw it by beating Minnesota last weekend, then beating San Jose, and then beating the Islanders on Saturday afternoon. Their goal was to get back to 500 before going out on this 6-game road trip that they're about to start tomorrow in Calgary, and they were able to accomplish that goal. And watching that game on Saturday, I feel like you saw, similar to the game against Los Angeles, their first win of the season earlier in the month of October. I think you saw more of the identity that the Predators are going to have to lean on in order to win games. It wasn't a high-scoring affair. It was a 3-2 game in a shootout, but it was a grinded-out, low-scoring, low-event game at various points. It looked like the Predators were going to get goalied by Ilya Sorokin, at least in the first period. He made several quality saves to keep that game scoreless early on when the Predators came out with a lot of energy. But when you look at the overall picture, the Predators, did what they want to do in order to be successful. They kept the Islanders from having too many grade A scoring chances at even strength. UC Saros played very well. They were opportunistic on offense. You think of the goal that tied the game. It was really the likelihood of that goal being scored, percentage-wise was probably very low, but Matt Benning makes a centering pass and from a sharp angle, and Tanner Jeannot is standing in front of the net and is able to redirect it into the net. And then Roman Josi clinches it in the shootout. So, if you would have told me at the end of October that the Predators would have been 4-4 after 8 games, I probably would have told you that that's about what I expected, maybe slightly better even than I may have anticipated. But they are in a good place heading out on this very long road trip. They're going to play some good teams, starting off against the Calgary Flames, who, if my memory serves, have won 6 consecutive games. So they will have a tough go right away on this 6-game road trip.
You mentioned the second goal scored by Tanner Jeannot. How many times, Adam, have we clamored for the Predators to have someone just park themselves in front of the net to score the greasy, dirty goals? And Jeannot with the deflection goal there, you mentioned how the percentages of that puck going in are pretty low. But Tanner Jeannot is someone who's willing to force his way into the crease area in front of an opposing goaltender, and it showed there. The Predators need more players like that are going to go into those hard areas and make plays when, in the rest of the game, they're not getting a lot of space to get grade A chances. And Jeannot did that Saturday, scoring his second goal of the game. And Tanner Jeannot, this is kind of looking like his breakout season, Adam.
He deserves, high marks for his play so far this season. And it's made me think about the reaction that we all had over the summer when the Predators released their expansion protection list. And Tanner Jeannot was one of 3 forwards with Philip Forsberg and Luke Cunnin that were protected in the expansion draft. And it raised more than a few eyebrows. But through 8 games, I think you're seeing exactly why the Predators felt that Tanner Jeannot was an important part of their team. To me, more so than any player on the team, Tanner Jeannot typifies the Predators' identity. He works hard, he hits harder, he gets to those so-called dirty areas in the corners and in front of the net. He does all of the things that the Predators as a team are trying to do. And when you look at their leaderboard in the points department, in the goals department, Tanner Jeannot leads the team in goals. He has 4 goals so far this season. And you can look at that a couple of ways. If you're looking at it from, perhaps a more optimistic standpoint,